Dear members, thank you for coming this morning for this annual review meeting. I take this opportunity to welcome you all. Just like I think some of you are aware of our program, we are supposed to have started earlier than this. We started with registration. Let me hope everybody who is in here has registered. If you've not yet registered, please, the registration desk is just outside there. Take the opportunity to do so. I welcome you all to this review meeting once again. This is the second year review meeting for the COHRIE project. I am welcoming you, and at the same time I'm going to take this opportunity to make introductions. I'll start with myself. I'm Naxon Babi, but maybe in the interest of time I'll be introducing group by group, and when I call, if you are around, you stand up and you tell us your name and we continue. This is a collaborative research, and we have a number of organizations that came together to come up with the COHRIE. So I'll start with the CTPH. CTPH, yes.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Kambu Kenya, Finance and Operations Manager for Conservation to Public Health.
Yes.
Thank you.
So far you are the only one who has arrived. Okay. We have COVAB with even the master's students and PhD students. If you are there, please take the opportunity to be part of COVAB, MSc students. They are not yet here. We have UWA. Yes, tell us the name.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Klama Kamugisha. I work for Uganda Wildlife Authority. I manage the lab in Queen Elizabeth National Park. Thank you.
Welcome.
Gloria, I work at the lab at Queen Elizabeth National Park. Thank you.
We have Maif. Maif, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Fiona Katushabe. I am part of COHRIE on the livestock team.
Yeah. Maybe one thing I had forgotten, I could be possibly mentioning the heads of the different consortium members. CTPH is led by Dr. Gladys Nakalema, rather Kalema, not Nakalema. She's not here yet. COVAB, Dr. Luke Nyakarawuka. UWA, Dr. Atim Nedi. Maif, Dr. Dewondumu. UVRI, that group is led by none other than Dr. Rutwama, who is actually the principal investigator. So the other ones, the ones I've said they are leads, they are co-PIs actually. So I request members from UVRI, Mr. Chizito, please stand up and introduce yourself. He's our project coordinator. Yes, please stand up, give them the, where you are, stand up and they bring the, yeah.
Yeah, Nakison has already introduced me. My name is Denison Kizito. I'm the project coordinator, collaborative research initiative on epidemics.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mercy Haumba, and I'm a social scientist on COHRIE project.
Yeah, as you introduce, you can be moving the microphone to the nearest person to you.
Good morning, everybody. Yes. I'm Julius Lutwama. I'm the project lead. I am Deputy Director, Uganda Virus Research Institute. I am also head of the Department of Arbovirology, Emerging and Re-emerging Infectious Diseases. I am Dr. Lutwama. I am Professor Lutwama. You just call me JJ.
Yes.
Professor is honorary, so that's why I don't use it. I don't move around with honors. So just call me Lutwama, that is okay.
Should I?
Jocelyn Choncha is my name. I'm a research and quality assurance officer for the labs in the Arbovirology department, UVRI.
Good morning, colleagues. Colin Zagaba is my name, and I coordinate the social science component for the COHRIE project. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. David Odong is my name. I'm the M&E officer for COHRIE project. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm Dennis Sesanga, Ernest. I'm a research officer and knowledge management officer at UVRI, EDCTV project.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Saidat Namuli. I work at Uganda Virus Research Institute as a project administrator at EDCTP projects at UVRI. Thank you.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Najengo Patricia Edina, a lab technologist at Uganda Virus Research Institute, in vitro studies.
Yes.
Good morning, members. I'm Michael Rabone Amoti, statistician, in vitro studies, UVRI.
Good morning, everyone, and most welcome. My name is Gladys Nakanjako. I'm the field coordinator for the COHRIE project.
Good morning, my name is Teddy Namaga, research assistant, data department, UVRI, and I take the communication department on COHRIE project.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joseph Mutiava, and I coordinate data issues on the COHRIE project. You're all welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Philip Mwesugwa, and I'm from UVRI, laboratory technologist.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Nalobega Natasha Sylvia, admin assistant, UVRI, Abot department.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Airo Noel Emanuela, data officer, Arbovirology department. Thank you for coming.
Good morning to you all. I'm Sam Tonjirwe. I'm a lab technician at UVRI.
Good morning. I'm Justine Nasolo, under the data team, UVRI.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ruth Nalukwago. I'm a social scientist volunteer, COHRIE project.
Good morning. My name is Jacqueline Chosmire, in vitro studies, COPI.
Yeah, thank you. Next is UCL, led by none other than Professor Nigel, please.
Thank you, Naxon. My name is Nigel Fields. I'm a professor of infectious disease epidemiology. It's a real pleasure to be here this morning and for the rest of the day. Two of my colleagues can't be here today, Rory Gibb and Lydia Franklinos, and they send their regards. I think Rory might be able to join later online. My role here is to lead the epidemiology and ecology work that is part of the collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Sam Tweed. I'm a public health doctor and research fellow working on the COHRIE project at UCL. Very nice to be here and very nice to spend time with you today.
Hi everyone, my name is Naomi Fuller. I'm also working at UCL on the COHRIE project and I'm a research fellow. And yes, very happy to meet you all and happy to be here.
Okay, thank you very much. There is another one, but he has moved out a bit. Maybe now we go to USC.
Good morning, everybody. So lovely to be here and see many familiar faces. I'm Laura Ferguson. I'm an Associate Professor of Population and Public Health Sciences and Director of Research at the Institute on Inequalities in Global Health at USC and part of the social science team for the COHRIE project. So nice to be here.
Yeah. Let us welcome the Director General. Yes. Oh, yes. Okay. The Director General has come. He's in. You found us in the introductions. So we shall continue with the introductions. Let us welcome our partners at the grassroots, and those are the govs. Please stand up. You tell us your name and which particular place you come from.
Good morning, members. I'm Richam Solomon Luanga by the names from Chankwan's Maxoni 4 Conservation Area. Welcome.
Good morning, my members. I'm called Kato John. I'm Cove. I come from Hoima. Then I work with COHRIE. You're welcome.
Senyonga Samson from Queen Elizabeth, Ruviris district, and I'm a Cove.
My name is Kwaya Abdu, from Isinjiro, Cove Correct. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Betonda Adunia is my name, from Rukunjiri, Queen Elizabeth.
Good morning, members. I am Karugaba Leonard from Bwindi Mugainga Conservation Area, Kisoro District. I am a Cove.
You are all welcome.
Morning, I am Sigwana Umi from Kanungu District, a Cove member from Bwindi Mugainga Conservation Area.
Okay.
Morning, dear members. I'm by the names of Mr. Bambale Maymood from Kasese. Lake Ate Sub-County, Kasseny Parish. I'm a Cove. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Good morning, member. My name is Virunj Peace. I come from Tunyakaton Sub-County. I am a Scout. I am a Cove from to Queen Elizabeth.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called Eyokia Nancy from Kikube. I'm working as Scout.
Morning, members. I'm called Natkunda Jane from Chilhora District, Lake Imbolo Conservation Area. Welcome.
Good morning, members. I'm by the name Watumbe Fred from Mashon, Kihoro Village, Kondo Parish, Kikube District.
Uganda National Health Research Organization. members from Uganda National Health Research Organization. You are welcome. Okay, yeah, give the microphone. Okay.
Morning, friends. My name is Dr. Sam COHRIE. I'm the Director General of the Uganda National Health Research Organization, which oversees all health research in the country. And I have a special privilege to have been a supervisor of this project, over and above JJ's activities.
And then finally, I welcome the members of the scientific advisory board who are present for now.
I'm the chair. I already introduced myself. I'm the chair of the steering committee.
Good morning, members. Dr. Mwanga Moses are my names. I'm an assistant commissioner in the Department of Clinical Service, Ministry of Health.
Yeah, you are all welcome, members. Let us welcome ourselves with a big hand clap. You are all welcome. Stay well. I remain Naxon Babi, the project administrator of COHRIE. Stay at peace. Next, I think we are getting the remarks from the principal investigator.
Good morning once again. I don't have a lot to say as remarks, only to welcome you to this meeting. Like you were told, this is an annual meeting. This program, COHRIE, is a 3-year program. We are trying to ask for an extension because there is a lot of work and we have been having some delays, but probably we may have half a year or one other year, in which case we may have probably 2 other annual reviews, but this is our 2nd annual review. So you are welcome to this review. We want to go through the activities that we have been doing, see our progress, but also at the same time, since we don't meet together often, this 1-year activity brings us all together such that we all know the work that we are doing, who is doing what are our objectives, how far have we achieved the miles that we are supposed to achieve, are we still on track or not. At this meeting, we are also having the Scientific Advisory Committee or board. We didn't have it before. We were supposed to have had it earlier, but we are now having it, and we have invited them to be here such that they know what we are doing. They get first-hand information of what has been done, what has got to be done, and of course that will allow them to be able to advise us better when they know better what we have done and what we're required to do. So you are all welcome, and I hope that this meeting is going to be a successful meeting. And for that matter, I would like to invite Dr. COHRIE, the chairperson of the board. I know on the program he was supposed to come much later in the afternoon, but he will not be around in the afternoon because of other activities. So let him give us remarks and open up this meeting. Thank you, Dr. COHRIE.
Thank you, JJ. We normally use that word, Julius. We just call him JJ. in the office. So dear colleagues, distinguished partners from the University of California, University College of London, and all members of the COHRIE management team, and all of us who are here, all the participants. It's really a special privilege for me to be here in two capacities. First, as chairman of the advisory committee, and also as the overall supervisor, providing oversight and leadership in this very important project. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome all of you here. You're all most welcome. Our offices are very near here. We are all located in Entebbe. But I thought this is a very special meeting, annual meeting. Why is it special to me and also to the Ministry of Health? There are many reasons why this meeting is very important and why your work is very important. Why? Because the last few years have seen outbreaks of diseases, outbreaks of new emerging infections. We recently had Ebola, we had Marburg, we have Rift Valley fever and anthrax, all of which have been coming because of the interaction between man and animal. And we've has put quite a bit dent on us. And so it's important that we have this one health, which brings human beings, animals, plants, and indeed the environment together in this very important undertaking. Most of these changes which have been coming up, which have been impacting, giving threats on our health, are due to many reasons. First, there are changes in the environment, there are changes in the climate, and also we have also improved and in fact encroached on animal habitat, animal ecosystem, and we have virtually taken, through agriculture and through tree falling, we have intruded into animal ecosystems. So we need a very joint strategy. A joint strategy because we know that deforestation and all these activities are necessary to have all the major actors working. The major actors here being Minister of Agriculture, Uganda Wildlife Authority, the Ministry of Health, and indeed the Ministry of Water and Environment. And I'm happy that all of us were here. We are all here, and as you are aware, we managed to contain the two last outbreaks of Ebola and I think of COVID through community engagement, which brought together all the stakeholders, the key of which I have just mentioned. Equally important, I think, in this program is that we need to know the determinants of the diseases, the determinants of host, agent, and the environment. We need to know the dynamics of this disease, and we need to see how the communities are using the least input in resources can get the maximum output in benefit. So therefore, the findings from your work is going to be very, very helpful for me, who has a link between science and the ministry. It will help us to improve on our emergency preparedness and response. The drivers, as I said, is basically climate, and then human behavior, I think more than anything else, is very important, and this intrusion into animal privacy and also into animal life and their ecosystems. And the population dynamics all have been very important. And from what I see, I think that a lot of what you are going to do, the broad spectrum of activities and in your research will address some of these issues. And COHRIE tries to answer some of these questions to improve coordination among stakeholders and our understanding of what causes ignition, what causes fueling, and why. The why is very important. Because you see, research should always be a solution, an answer to a solution to a problem. And I think this is the main reason why we are here. We are actually here. We need joint action, all of us. We need joint action, one health approach. Here we are really talking about one joint plan, one implementation, one M&E monitoring and evaluation, and one joint strategy, indeed one communication strategy. Your findings, I think, will help us very much in the Ministry of Health. They will strengthen multi-sectoral collaboration. It will improve on our collaboration all across these four major sectors. And also it will also improve understanding of the dynamics between animals and us, and I think our ecosystem as human beings and as creatures as a whole. You correctly focus on technical areas. I mean, able to read your reports. You correctly focused on technical areas, looking at zoonotic areas, the natural laboratory systems, health research deployment actions, and also the real-time supervision and real-time response. One Health brings all of these people an integrated approach, which is unifying, which is joint, which I think is cost-effective. As I conclude, I think we must not forget the aim of why we are doing all this, to optimize our resources, to ensure that there's a sustainability balance between people and animals and environment, let me say, and all the creatures, so that we all live a peaceful, ensure ecosystems for sustenance of life and happiness and progress and everything that goes with it. And more importantly, I think recognize that initially linked that One Health is intricately linked and interdependent to that of animals and that of environment and us. I'd like to thank our partners. I'd like to thank our partners from the University of California, from the University College of London. More important, I would like to thank our partners who have been in the field. They have been very patient. We've been intruding into their privacy, into their environment. But you will understand that this was in pursuit of One Health activity. I'd like to thank all of you. I thank the co-PI, JJ, as I call you, Julius Stama. I'd like to thank you very much for your team members and your management team that have always been very close to me. Every day, almost every hour, we are always talking about the way forward. I would like to thank again the sponsors, and I hope that you have fruitful discussions that will shape strategies in the next outbreak, should it come. It's now my very special responsibility, special honor, to formally declare this workshop open. Thank you very much.
So we give the Director General a big hand clap as we welcome Dr. Ukwama.
Thank you very much once again. Thank you very much, Dr. Okware, Director General, Uganda National Health Research Organization. I'm going to give a presentation that is going to be opening up this meeting. The presentation is actually an overview. Okay, the presentation is an overview of, I just say that next slide, or I change the slides. Okay, okay, I'll give an overview of these activities. Next slide. Okay. Okay, we know very well that between 60 and 80% of the diseases that are occurring commonly in the human population are actually animals that originate, diseases which originate from animals. These are diseases which are referred to as zoonotic diseases because the animal are zoo animals, not that they are in the zoo, but it means animals, so they are zoonotic animals. And these animals are, of course, livestock animals, wildlife animals, and then the humans. And there is all these kind of interactions, and there are so many diseases that probably I don't need to go through all of them. However, what is now common is that these diseases have become more and more common. Like Dr. Quarry said, we are encroaching in their environment, we are getting closer and closer to them. The population of the humans is increasing just as much as the population of animals. For some animals it is increasing, but the others we are disseminating them. And as we disseminate these animals, of course, the diseases are going to move from those animals to us, because they also have to survive, because even these diseases are living things. They also need to have somewhere to stay to be able to survive. So they will come and attack the humans who have gone into the areas where they are. And of course, for the case of Uganda, we have Marburg, Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever, Rift Valley fever, yellow fever, Ebola. All of these are diseases which are occurring very, very often in Uganda. As we talk now, even yesterday, there was a case of Rift Valley fever which was identified, and Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever which were identified just yesterday. Since the beginning of the year, there are now 7 cases of Rift Valley fever and 4 cases of Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever. So these are diseases we are living with every day. And this is because we are interacting with the animals where these diseases are coming from. And of course, what we are realizing is that they are shorter inter-epidemic periods. While we used to have epidemics taking 10, 15 years to reoccur, what we are seeing now is that they are reoccurring much, much more often, which means the interaction between us and the animal is getting, the animals is getting more and more closer, and because of that, we are having many diseases. And of course, these diseases are becoming more and more severe. The diseases are becoming severe. I'm having problems with my presentation here. Are becoming more severe. Of late, of course, you know, we have had Ebola, Marburg, Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever, COVID-19. All these are severe diseases, and they are spreading in very big areas. They are spreading over larger areas. And because of that, it is becoming like fewer diseases which are severe but spreading over large areas, and this is going to cause a big problem to us. Unfortunately, we live in an area which is referred to as a hotspot area for diseases, or an emergent zone for zoonotic diseases. When you look at this map, you see zoonotic pathogens are occurring more. Excuse me. Okay, sorry about that. You will see that on this map, we have Southeast Asia as an area which is very emergent for zoonotic diseases. But on the African continent, you see Uganda, a little bit of Kenya, and of course Ethiopia, and in West Africa, Nigeria, and a few other countries. But you see for East Africa, at least Uganda is really an emergent zone for zoonotic diseases. And this was a map that came up in 2008, but of course more and more maps have come up since then. These are other maps that show, again, you're seeing that Southeast Asia is a place where so many diseases are occurring. Similarly, again, Uganda and West Africa. Many people have been talking about DRC. The DRC, actually, the biggest problem with DRC has been the many cases of Ebola, and of course monkeypox more recently, but Uganda is recognized more as an emergent zone. This is from diseases that are actually spreading from this place. Unlike this one, this map was trying to compare the two. This is where most diseases are reported. This is reporting. Reporting is different from actually where the diseases are occurring. While many diseases are occurring here in these places, they are not reported. So if you go about who is reporting more, these people here in Europe and in the US are reporting more, yet they have fewer diseases. But the actual diseases are emerging from these places. So because of that, we said, I think we need to do something about that. So we initiated a project whose title is Surveillance, Control and Prevention of Neglected Zoonotic Diseases in Uganda, a case study of Rift Valley fever, Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever, and brucellosis at the human-animal-wildlife interface in diverse agricultural systems in Uganda. Why do we think that this is important? We want to improve our understanding and control of Rift Valley fever, Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever, and brucellosis using enhanced surveillance systems and a One Health approach at the human-animal-wildlife interface in the cattle corridor of Uganda and also in adjacent areas thereof. The specific objectives are divided into 3 groups. We have the natural history of infections. Here we want to investigate the burden of Rift Valley fever, Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever, and brucellosis in the human-animal-wildlife interface. Probably before I go further, one would ask, why did we choose these particular diseases? Well, I've just talked about Rift Valley fever and a case that was identified yesterday, and Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever, a case again was identified yesterday. So these are diseases which for a long time were known, but we were not seeing in Uganda. We are now seeing these very much often, very regularly, and we were wondering, why are these diseases so common as they are now? What do we know about them? What don't we know? Is there anything new? So that's why we are doing this. Those who remember very well, 3, 4, 5 years ago, just before COVID, anybody who would go to the hospital, very many people would come out and they tell them, you have got brucellosis. Everybody who was going to the hospital was being told that they have brucellosis. We have Dr. Mwanga here, who was, before he became the commissioner, he was the head, the director of Entebbe Hospital. During those periods, every time you would hear about brucellosis, until everybody was asking, how are they diagnosing this brucellosis? Why are they saying it is brucellosis? So we said, okay, this is a disease that is so common, let us do studies on these diseases. So that is how we came about doing these 3 diseases. Of course, there are so many diseases, but we can't do everything. So you pick a few, try to understand as much as possible of those diseases. So when these questions were asked, these days, when you go to hospital, they tell you you have an infection. They don't want to commit themselves to say this or that or the other. They just say you have an infection. The problem remains, what are these infections? We still have to find out what these infections are. Of course, our second objective under natural history of infection is we want to describe the dynamics and the drivers of spillovers of these diseases into the into the humans coming from the wild animals, especially at the areas interfacing these two in the agricultural systems. The other second main group of objectives, we want to explore social cultural factors relating to disease control. Here we want to undertake a gender and inequalities analysis of knowledge, attitude, and practices of transmission dynamics of CCHF, Rift Valley fever, and brucellosis. When people were introducing themselves, you had a number of social scientists, and these are the people who are working on this particular objective. The last group of objectives is, okay, after finding out information, after getting all of this information, what do we need to do? How do we need to intervene? So our third group of objectives is to develop interventions, design a One Health-centered model for the control and prevention of Rift Valley fever, Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever, and brucellosis in Uganda, which can be adapted for other zoonoses of global significance. And also to develop a sustainable One Health disease surveillance and reporting system in order to support the need for the development of One Health policy. So we want, at the end of the program, to be able to have some tangible outputs. Many research activities end up with very good findings, but these findings, of course, either are only scientific, they don't, only scientific, and they remain in journals or books. What we want is we want to have something that everybody can see. We want to have a system that can move and also come up with some policy briefs. Okay, this is our conceptual framework and some of the research questions that we're going to look at. The framework, of course, is saying that we are all in the same environment. We have the humans, we have the wildlife, we have the domestic animals, and then we have the community One Health in the center where everything is interacting. And of course, we have all the different ecosystems. So these interactions are the interactions that lead to diseases coming out. So we want to find out what is the burden of these infections in humans, in the animals, domestic animals, and in wildlife. What is the distribution of these infections by geography? So we shall see that we are going to work in different places in Uganda. These different places, of course, have got different habitats, and of course, they have different diverse population densities. They do different economic activities, and of course, gender between males and females. The activities they do they expose them more to some of these diseases than the others? We also want to look at the vectors. We want to look at the vector systems. What are the different insects that actually are responsible for transmitting these diseases from the animals to the humans, if there are any, because some of these do not need vectors. Is it really true that the wild animals are the reservoirs for these diseases or not? And of course, how is transmission sustained? How much is due to changes in epidemiology of the diseases, and how do policies impact on the level and distribution of these diseases? Of course, it is not only UVRI that is doing this work. We have a One Health consortium, like you were told when we were introducing ourselves. And this consortium includes, of course, the lead institute and lead people. Then we have the co-PIs. And of course, from all of these groups, we have these so many implementers. And then we have the third-party organizations who are both collaborators but also consultants. So they don't only have a consultancy role, but we do work collaboratively, we do work together. So UVRI is the project lead and does coordination work, did the project planning and project management. Then all of these are co-PIs. We have the different people were introduced, And of course, UVRI Social Sciences, this is a group that comes from the UVRI MRC London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, because UVRI as UVRI does not have a social sciences department. And of course, we have all these groups of people as part of this program: policy analysts, anthropologists, social scientists, ecologists, entomologists, clinicians, epidemiologists, zoologists, conservationists, bioinformatics, bioinformaticians, molecular biologists, veterinarians, biostatisticians, and eco-modelers. Talking about statisticians, I have remembered that in the audience we have Dr. Tom Lutalo, who came in a bit late, and he didn't introduce himself. He's a member of the Scientific Advisory Committee. He is one of the top statisticians in the country, and he sits at Uganda Virus Research Institute. He heads the data section at Uganda Virus Research Institute. So why do we study? Why are we studying, or what are we looking for? There is very limited awareness for CCHF, Rift Valley fever, and brucellosis in the communities and in the farmers. There is limited knowledge even among veterinarians and health providers. There is lack of knowledge of zoonotic cycles of these diseases in the region. There is lack of surveillance system in the region for these diseases, and where they are, these surveillance systems are not coordinated between sectors, so there is no One Health activity. Yet these diseases are One Health diseases. And of course, we want quick standardized diagnostics tests. If we are to do surveillance, we need to be able to identify, we need to be able to diagnose these diseases. So these are like some of the major questions or reasons why we have to do this research. So what methods are we going to use to carry out this study, or what methods are we using in this study? We have a cross-sequential study project design. Of course, this means that for some of the studies we are going to do cross-sectional studies, and the others, some of them are sequential. You have to do sampling in some kind of sequenced methods. And of course, we are going to work with humans, animals, both domestic and wild, small animals, the rodents, and of course, the vectors and ticks. Our research site, Kidepo Valley Conservation Area. You will note that we are talking about conservation areas and not national parks. When we talk of national parks, then it means we are going to do the work in the national parks, but in the national parks you don't find the people. So we are doing conservation areas which are wider than the national parks, such that we have that interface between the humans and the animals in the national park. So many people are saying, how do you go to start doing work in the national parks? We are doing in the conservation areas. The conservation areas go beyond the national parks. Lake Mburo / Nakivale Conservation Area, Maction Falls Conservation Area, Bwindi Mugahinga Conservation Area, and the Queen Elizabeth Conservation Areas. Our sampling strategy is we have the conservation area as the main point of study, and of course these conservation areas fall within several districts. You heard people were talking about the districts where they are coming from, and these are the districts where some of these conservation areas are falling. And of course there are sub-counties, and then satellite research sites. The research sites are the sites we chose within these areas as our studies sites. They may include 1 or 2 parishes, or they may be several villages, and of course they include more than 1 household. Of course, intersectoral surveys are going on. Like I said, human surveys, livestock surveys, wildlife surveys animals and rodent surveys, and of course the vector surveys. For the social studies, the human surveys, these again are being conducted through a number of mixed methods, key informant studies for district technical wings and district political wing to get as much information about what they know about these diseases. Focus group discussions have been carried out between men, for men and women, and some of these for both of them together, between some for boys and some for girls, and of course some of them together, because a lot of information can be gathered, but some information again can be hindered when these groups are together. We are also doing desk reviews for laws and policies to be able to know how we are going to provide information, to provide if we are going to come up with policy reviews, we need to know what policies are in place. Our key data dimensions include undertaking a gender and inequalities analysis, knowledge, attitude, and practices on transmission dynamics, local understandings of the 3 diseases. We need to find out what people know about these diseases, what are the beliefs on root drivers of these diseases, what do the people say that are the cause of these diseases, and of course other social inequalities. We also want to look at the socio-economic drivers of high-risk activities and indicators of community resilience. We know that these diseases, for example, in livestock are being moved from one area to another, and we know as livestock is moved, Rift Valley fever, animals with Rift Valley fever and with Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever are moved from one site to another. Probably this is why we are having sporadic cases of Rift Valley fever and Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever throughout the country, from one place to another, because animals are being moved anyhow. Anytime you move on the highways, you will see animals being moved. What is surprising is sometimes you see animals being moved northwards, while we used to imagine that animals move from the north, from the west and the east into central, but you find lorries again moving from the central, going elsewhere, and they're still taking animals. We want to do surveys on eligible household members from the information that they will provide to us. So what are some of the deliverables? We are going to sample more than 12,000 livestock. We hope that a total of 120 animals are going to be sampled in the parks, including around 240 buffaloes, 180 cobs, 60 impalas, 60 zebras, 180 baboons, and so on and so forth. We expect to sample 3,000 humans who will be randomly selected. Information and knowledge, of course, we are going to do laboratory diagnosis of the samples that are going to be collected. We hope that this information, when we get it, we shall be able to ascertain the burden of disease for these diseases, and the information we collect probably will be able to give us ideas about the drivers of disease spread for these particular diseases. And of course, the social sciences activities are going to give us gender differences in how they perceive these diseases, and whether these diseases the occurrence of these diseases are biased between gender, and of course infection potential between gender. We hope that the information we get will be able to assist us to do disease outbreak forecasting, at least for these diseases. And like I said, we want to have something tangible. We want to put up surveillance systems. Our idea is to have a participatory surveillance and reporting system. You've heard people talking, introducing themselves as COVs. COVs are Community One Health Volunteers, and these are the people whom we have adapted to be able to collect as much information as possible about these diseases in their communities and relay this information as quickly as possible to the next level where this can be relayed further and action be taken to be able to intervene where these diseases are occurring. The other deliverables, of course, we have MSc and PhD students. We are going to have, I believe, 9 MScs and 2 PhDs, and I think we have 2 postdocs. Probably we are going to have publications. We are already starting on this, and hope to have policy briefs to assist the different sectors to come up with way forward on how to mitigate these diseases. So this is our intersectoral, multi-sectoral community One Health surveillance model, which we intend to come up with. Sorry. And hope that if it is successful, it should be able to do a lot in reducing the time that is taken for diseases to be identified, and also making sure that as many of these disease occurrences are identified. So we have the COVs in the communities, and the COVs, of course, include people from Wildlife, MAIF, Ministry of Health, and CTPH. In the areas where CTPH is operating, they already have community One Health volunteers who provide information that is easily, quickly ascertained to make sure they know what is happening in those communities, and we're taking that information to be used. We know also that in wildlife areas, for example, in Queen Elizabeth National Park, where at least in that park they allow some communities to be living in the park, they have community One Health workers who normally identify things, occurrences, both in the environment, in the animals and the humans, and report that as quickly as possible. So the community One Health volunteers have been given tablets which they use to convey any abnormal occurrences in their community, and they send that both to UVRI, the COHRIE dashboard, who immediately ascertain this information, and they send it depending on whether it requires to go to the Ministry of Health or Ministry of Wildlife or MAIF or UWA, and this is coordinated by the National One Health program. And of course, this reports to the district, and the district, of course, asks their group of people at the district level to go and ascertain what is happening in the communities. So there is need to have another arrow that goes back to the communities. And of course, these people also have logbooks, and they normally inform the sub-county, and the sub-county also informs the district people. So these arrows, there should be arrows going back and forth, such that this information is ascertained and proven that whatever is being seen in the communities is responded to as quickly as possible. And of course, the national level is also informed at the same time. So this work at the district level is very important, because many times a response comes from the center, and unless it is a disease that is highly infectious and is causing a lot of death, many times the center does not respond. And when they don't respond and the district is not also responding, then it means there is a breakdown, then nothing happens, and if nothing happens, these people in the communities will not report anymore, because they'll say, we reported the other time, we have been reporting, and there is no response. So it is useless to report. And that way, we miss on these diseases as they continue occurring in the communities. Thank you very much. I think that is an overview of the whole study, and what has brought us is to learn about what has been done so far, what information has been generated. That's why I have not gone into that at all. That is what the different people are going to tell us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rutwama, for giving us the overview of the project. Members, let us give Dr. Rutwama a big hand clap. I think we are here now, even if you probably didn't know what was happening, at least as we go on, you know what we are doing. Thank you very much. I call upon the project coordinator to give us the next presentation. So like you've heard, I think the two presenters have put forward the importance of One Health and the collaboration in ensuring the proper response, proper use. Actually, I think the Director General talked about optimal utilization of resources to handle epidemics. So as we get together, I think we get into optimum utilization of those resources. So let us welcome Mr. Chizito as he gives his presentation.
Good morning once again, and you are most welcome. My talk is on updates and achievements for the second year, that's 2023-2024. This one has been already illustrated by the PI. I will not talk so much. I will just have to go to the next slide. Also, he has mentioned about the research sites. I will not have to again to talk about. Sorry. I'll just talk about some of the activities we have carried out. Still, they are embedded in the previous message. I see that we had to select research sites. Research site selection was based on a number of reasons. We had to factor in the history of the previous outbreaks or infections. We had to look at the interface, where there's highest interface, human, animal, livestock interface. We had also to consider the transboundary effect, see neighboring cross-border movements, and many, many other sites. Even also had to add on sites which are prone to outbreaks, but not have wildlife. For example, you have had somebody from Chankwanzi, Chiboga, Nakaseke, they are prone to CCHF, RVF, and the rest, but they miss active wildlife. Okay. So you can look at the sensitization and community mobilization. Our team has been carrying out community mobilization and sensitization. I had to go and engage the district authorities, the sub-county and the local leadership in the respective districts. As you can see the photos here, the team went, and even the community meetings, because they had to explain what we were going to do, the communities, engage the district technocrats, leadership, and the community as well. We had to map households. We mapped the entire, all the conservation areas and the places where we are operating, where we are conducting our studies. We have mapped all the households within those statutory research sites. We have carried out surveys, human surveys, animal surveys, vector and environmental assessments. Already the desk reviews, I've already mentioned a bit of that. We are carrying out eco-EP modeling. This will be handled by the UCL team. Monitoring and evaluation has also been done in all our landscapes by National One Health Platform and laboratory asset development, so that we also need to improve on our diagnostics. So we came up with our in-house, so it's also going to be covered in the next presentation. This shows some of the illustration of the places, the environment. You can see on the left corner, that is a place in the Kalenga. In the middle, that was in the Kisenyi, Kazinga, Lubirizi district, where you find an elephant in the water. You can see the interaction, water, humans, and then. So you also look at the left where we find the community coves approaching, that is Pianupe, Amdat, and then look at the fishing community, and also in the middle look at the Lake Mbulo around there, Katenjet or somewhere there, environment. And then the last one, the corner, that is the Oiro and Lake Albert, Kaiso Tonya area, where the interaction, we find that the Lake Albert, the communities and everything. These are the statutory research sites. I don't know whether it's a bit congested. We said that we conduct our work in the cattle corridor of Uganda and nearby areas where they have been prone to these diseases. We have tried to map our statutory research sites. You look at the extreme side. I don't have a pointer. So you can look at, this is Queen Elizabeth, where you see the red dots, those are our research sites. So we have like 6 statutory research sites in Queen Elizabeth, starting from here, going like this, up to when you go up to Rukunjiri side. All these are statutory research sites we formulated. We also looked at Chankwan's, this is called the Makshon Conservation Area. We have around Lake Albert, Kabale, Kaboya Game Reserve, we have Chankwan's in Twetwe districts. All these are places where we are conducting our work. Then we move to Windy Mugahinga Conservation Area. We have sites around here. This is Kanungu, around Kanungu, where CTPH is having headquarters. And also we have Kisoro side, where we have other 2 statutory research sites. In the entire landscape here, we have 4 statutory research sites, but with a number of villages. We also have Lake Mbulo. This is Lake Mbulo, where we have all these are the stars statutory research sites up to Isingiro, Nachivale settlement, refugee settlement area. Then we move to Chidepo Valley. Also we mapped around 6 statutory research village sites with a number of villages. And also we have the Pianupe Game Reserve Conservation Area. This one is We are covering the district of Nabiratuk, this side, and then the Amdad along the Kenya border area. Those are the sites where we are operating with research sites. This one, I had maybe, I don't know if Joseph has we have a mapped link we connected on our system. Maybe you'll be able to show us that link. Still, this we are talking about considerations, which I've already talked about. In the photo there, you can see the teams assembling the field and even the way they are carrying out human surveys, sampling humans in their households. Just give just preliminary summaries of I just picked a few, but other team members will come up with details. Look at the number of samples so far. We have screened or sampled 3,018 humans, and you look at the distribution. Bwindi, we have 581, Chidepo Valley 205, Lekemburo 494 individuals, Makshoni Falls 361, Pianupe 714, and Queen Elizabeth 663. And the age groups are distributed as you can see. Though we still have, because by the time when I was trying to edit, I had first to have to link the missing age, but I know in our next talk we shall be able to have factored in that point. Also look at the distribution of male and female. We find that almost 60% of our study participants are female. And these were just the teams collecting data and how they conduct their work in the communities. When you look at the vector surveys, this is one of the ways, the mosquito team, vector team. These are traps, and these are the stage in the set in the wild. Whereas this one, they were also doing household mosquito collection. They do set traps in the households, and then come very early in the morning, come and then collect the mosquitoes. These are tick surveys. Ticks, in addition to getting from individual animals, we have also, after realizing in our first year that we are not done enough of this environmental sampling, we had to discuss with our colleagues in UCL and the Florida protocol. So they came up with a dry ice protocol where we get ticks using dry ice. We set a transect and then put a cross, and this box is having dry ice with potholes. So ticks are attracted by the dry ice. When they come here on the cross, we collect whatever is coming. The reason why we are doing this, because we wanted to improve on our tick catch so that we know which one the right tick responsible for CHF and other transmission. So this team, they also carrying out dragging. So all these are done concurrently. Before you set up this one, you have to do a dragging within the area where ticks are likely to be found. This is vector identification. The team also in the field, like you can see them, they also have to stage a lab in the field as well as at the UVRI where they do identification. So we do both first at the field, and then later when they come also they do speciation in the lab. These are some of I was talking about the picking of ticks from the animals, and you can see all these ticks. So all these are and the different species. I know other team members will talk about the names and the different tick species we are having in the country. So we don't know which one is responsible for. Though we have so far the work we did in the abattoir studies, we find that there is a species Cephalus responsible for transmission of CHF, whereas in other places they are talking about Hyroma and the rest. So we are trying to pick as many as possible. These are also animal surveys. As you can see, the OA team and the livestock team. These are just some of the preliminary results. Look at the household participants per conservation area. Also look at the mosquito catch. Find that the areas where we have sampled, we have got many mosquitoes in the Queen, as you can see, and then less in the Pianope. Also livestock herds, we have more livestock herds in the Queen, and then even the species, goats, cattle, the distribution, all these ones we are already so far as per this time, that's where we are. And then the small mammals, they also talk about more about the small mammals, the rodents, the way they have captured. I know next will talk more about this one. So far what we have achieved, we have managed to establish a functional community one volunteers model. We have sensitized and mobilized district technocrats, CSOs, and private sectors. We have got to develop our own in-house laboratory asset development. Charity, she's coming next to talk about. Capacity building has been talked about. We have managed to do monitoring. The NOP team is around, is going to talk about what they have done. Social science team, they'll talk about the national qualitative work. We have conducted support supervision, which we hope that has effectively worked, and we are happy that our model is tending towards a success. Development of data capture system, desk reviews, households mapping, human and animals vector surveys. So as much as we have been doing all that, we have been also facing challenges. You know, it's not as easy as you are showing. You can see, especially in the Queen, teams have been facing a lot of, you know, as you are setting up to go in the morning, you can find the owners of the conservation park stage the roadblock. So you can't proceed until when they move out of the way. You can see the teams, while they are doing work in the solo, they also find they have to carry when the vehicles can't move far where they are. So they have to carry and then go and then do the work, and climb the mountains, when slippery roads. This is in Karamoja, we had work and when there's out of cattle raids, so we had to conduct work with security protection. So every day we have to pick, go the police report and pick security to accompany. You can also the same UPDF. So as you are doing the work, you are also have to get some militaristic skills. So thank you. That's all I could give as our. So yeah, I invite Charity to come and also talk one of the last presentation before we go to break.
Next is Charity, you've already been invited. Please take up the floor. I think after that we shall be breaking off for breakfast. So let us be patient as we try to catch up with the lost time.
Hi everyone, my name is Charity Nasona, and I'm working with the lab team at the One Health Lab at UVRI. So I'll be telling you about what we have achieved so far in the lab, and then my other colleagues will also give more information as we go along. Okay. So for some of the achievements, we came up with an analytical plan for the lab. Before we could start our work, we needed to know what samples do we have, what are we going to collect to begin with, and then if we get the samples, what do we do next? Which other steps do we follow until we get the results? So we start with different experts in the field of zoonosis, and then we came up with a plan, developed SOPs that we shall use, and yeah, we were very successful in that. So most of the work that we did in the lab, we were following what we decided to do based on the plan that we laid out. So we decided to do an in-house assay, and that required us to get some few reagents and other things from different sources. So we needed to get antigens and antibodies from different manufacturers. So we were successful in getting the manufacturers to help us. And but as you know, these take some time for you to get what you want, because you want it customized and tailored to what you are going to look at. We couldn't go for the commercial kits because of so many different things, like the funding. It was not enough to enable us purchase the many kits that we need for over 7,000 samples. But these are 7,000 samples, but you're testing for different viruses, and then plus the bacterial disease, the brucellosis. So that means you have to multiply that number by 3. Those are very many samples. So we couldn't go for the commercial kits, and also putting in the fact that there is no specific kit that there's no one size fits all, let me say something like that, because in the different geographical areas, you find that different strains are the ones circulating. So we wanted something tailored for our region. So that's why we went for the customized in-house assay. So we would like to thank those people that really helped us get the antigens, University of Texas Medical Branch, and then the Creative Diagnostics Company. So far, we have completed RVF optimizations, and also the sample testing is still ongoing. Optimization for CCHF is almost complete, and then we shall start brucellosis going forward. Hey, sorry. Okay. So for the ELISA optimizations, we decided to go with the checkerboard titration technique. With the checkerboard, you check for the strong signal versus the background. So you look at the signal to the noise, the ratio of the signal to the noise. The noise is the background. So in the process of optimizations, we had to first optimize our coating antigen. So we diluted the antigen at different concentrations to be able to decide which concentration is ideal for our assay. And then the concentration that had the highest signal to noise ratio is what we chose to use for our assay. And that differs with the different infections. It's not the same for all. So we had to do that for all the different infections. So we've done that for RVF, finished the process, started on the CCHF, almost done with the process, so we shall do the brucellosis next. But remember, you're testing different concentrations, so it takes some time. Then also for the sample, we did the same thing. We started with the neat sample and then diluted it at different concentrations, and then chose the dilution that gave us the highest signal to noise ratio. Did the same for the conjugate. Yeah, okay, next. Oh, sorry. Okay. We've also been able to purchase some commercial kits from the IDVET company. We chose IDVET because it has been certified and been accepted to be used by the different governing bodies, like OIE and WHO, so we chose IDVET. And then we used that, the results we got from the IDVET compared to the results we were getting with our assay to tailor it to be able to capture all negatives and positives without missing out any. We also had training for personnel that will be involved in the sample processing and analysis process. And yes, our team has gained skills in developing in-house ELISAs, because most of us were used to the commercial kits. This was a very long process, but it was worth it, because tomorrow you would be wanting to research about another disease. So if you already have your skills of how to develop your own assay, it would be much easier. So we are really very grateful that we got a chance to be able to learn that, because not all diseases will have a commercial kit available. But if you do have your skill, then you'll be able to apply that. These are some of our team members undergoing the training in the lab, trying to go through the protocol, know what we are supposed to do, learn how to use the different machines, how to prepare the samples, how to do the math, because there's some math involved. When the math is wrong, everything will be wrong. So you have to get the calculations right. So some of the testing updates, basing on the specimen type. For the humans, we received over 3,000 samples at the lab. And then we have completed testing 900 samples. This is all Rift Valley fever, ELISA test. So for the cattle, we've completed testing all the cattle samples. We've completed testing all the goat samples. We've completed testing all the camel samples we received. There were just 7. We've completed testing all the dogs. There were just 2. So in total, we have tested 4,783 samples. They have complete results. And then those that are pending are 2,756. That is for RVF. So some of the challenges, since we opted for this in-house option, we've had delays in the shipment and then also the clearance of the reagents and all the lab supplies that we use, because not all of them are available locally, so we have to get some from out of the country, so there are some delays. And also these customized antigens and antibodies take time to manufacture, because the manufacturer will give you a certain time frame until he's ready to harvest them and then give them to you. And also the optimization process takes some time, because you're looking at different concentrations. You might be thinking this is the one that's going to work, and then it turns out it's not the one that is working well for your assay. Okay, now the way forward. We plan to finalize our sample testing very soon. The beauty is now we are very comfortable with our assay, because we have done it, repeated, and changed things here and there, and now we are more comfortable with it. So it should be an easier process, because at least we have finished some of the optimization, so now it's just implementation. And then we are also going to be testing the birth cohort samples. They'll talk about that mini project that has been. Then we also want to do metagenomics. We want to do metagenomics for, yes, maybe the positive samples that we would have gotten by PCR, but to see what is going on, what has changed, what is the genomic diversity, how are these pathogens evolving over time. If we do some phylogenetic analysis from what was happening before to what is happening now, are there changes in the clades? Are there any recombinants? So those are some of the things we would look at with our metagenomics. But also that aside, we collected so many samples from unique species as well. You also want to look at the negative samples. What else could be there in those negative samples? And those could also be potential pathogens that could cause disease. So that is something that really requires more funding for us to push forward, because the budget might not allow us to do all that we want to do. We also look forward to doing some information sharing. In our analytical plan process, we decided that the different teams that are in the lab network, we have to see it, write reports to inform policy, and also come up with some manuscripts so that other people in the world get to know what we have done and what we intend to do, or what are the gaps that are left that others could fulfill. Thank you.
Thank you, Charity, for that good presentation. As presentations were going on, we happen to have got our partners, that is in the NOP group. Please stand up for recognition. NOP. Is it NOP or NOP? At first they feared. Sorry for the slip of the tongue. Equally, we have got Dr. Dewondum from MAIF. Please, yeah. Dr. Valinandi, you can wave to the people. Yeah. All of you, you are welcome. Thank you very much. I think now we can go for breakfast. Let us use the minimum time possible. Maybe we can take like 15 minutes and we come back. Please let us use that door over there. For those of you who may want to be on phone calls, when you get out, you just go the other side. You'll be able to make some phone calls there in response to nature. Yes. Yeah, I welcome you back from the break tea. Some presentations have been made. Possibly some of you had some questions. The people who presented are around. If you have a question on so far what has been presented, please you can raise up a hand and we get 1 or 2 questions as other members also come and we continue with the next session. If you have a question on what has so far been presented, please you can go ahead and ask for clarification. For encouragement, you can still give your encouraging comment. If it is whatever, you can. Please. Any questions? If there is no question, the next session is going to be on the natural history of the infections. In the previous presentations, people have already told us what that one is. So that is what we are going to handle. Next, we shall have a presentation from, and this session is going to be chaired by Dr. Rutwama. He's going to be the chair of this, and we shall have a presentation from UVRI, Maifu, UWA, and the others. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Well, he has done the job I'm supposed to do, so let us let us have UVRI. Who is presenting from UVRI? What presentation is that? Okay. That is Naxon presenting on, is it small mammals? She's presenting on small mammals. You can see he's a big one himself.
Thank you, Dr. Rutwama, for calling me upon to make a presentation on small mammals or small animals. We did this work with some colleagues. As you can see. Next slide. Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Small animals, small mammals, especially rodents, have a big potential on impacting human health. But in most cases, we find that little attention is paid to these animals, yet they have found a way of living close to us. Especially the rodents are living close to us, and in the mammal group of animals, they are the most diverse, accounting for over 40%, with over 2,200 species, many of which have found a way of living closer to us. They carry several diseases, including viruses, bacterial, and some fungal diseases which they can transmit to us. This may be directly or indirectly. Directly, maybe in a direct contact, bite, and then indirectly through urine, feces, and sometimes they are ectoparasites such as ticks, fleas, and others. So why we had to include those animals in our research? I've already mentioned that they've always been neglected, but this was a chance for them to be looked at. The objectives, this is just actually on the natural history, and they have already presented these objectives. They are the ones we are following. So what happened is just like they presented earlier, we had to go in those conservation areas, just the way the sites were selected, and our work was to get in the selected sites, select study households on a random basis, and in the selected households, we had to lay our traps. In this work, we did a live animal trapping using the shaman and the tomahawk traps. The tomahawk traps are these ones that are like wire meshes. Then the shaman traps are these ones here. So we had to set traps inside the houses. We had to set traps just outside the houses. That is in around 10 meters away from the houses, and then we continued beyond that up to about 300 meters. So after setting the traps, we set the traps in the evening and checked them in the morning to see whether the animals entered or they didn't enter. So where we find that the animals have entered, we collect them and set up a field laboratory where we process these animals. The animals are sedated, or we sedate the animals using halothane, and just like you can see, this animal here had been sedated, ready for the blood collection by a heart puncher. So in this photo here, we collected the blood samples on DBS, and where we got extra blood, we could collect whole blood. But this is the DBS that had been using the blood that was collected from the animals. So these are just some few of the species that we have so far come across, but they are, like you will see in the next slide, there are more. This is the grass rat, sometimes which is called the avicensis species. This is the rattus rattus. I think this is very common in houses. Here we have the multi-marmot rat. I try to display this because for it is known for its many teats, mammary glands, and going by the way by those glands, it produces a lot, and this is found more in the field, but it also lives close to the people, and in some places we got this species inside the houses. Here we have a comis. This was got in I think throughout the trapping we got this only in Amudat. It was special there. Then here we have the Guraphilus. It looks like a squirrel, but it is different from a squirrel. It lives more in the trees. Then here we have the shrew, Crocidula. We have the Lemniscomis striatus. Then we also chance to get another animal. It may not necessarily fall under the rodents, but this is a mongoose. We also chance to get it. We went out with the intention of even getting hares. Unfortunately, those have remained elusive. They are not. They have refused to enter our traps. So, yeah. So at least we have, for now, we have not yet succeeded in getting them. Just like I said, the species that we have so far captured are more than what I've so far displayed in those photos. We have these ones, and these have been trapped from the different villages as shown on the graph. If you can look closely, we are seeing that ratus, this one, when you that the tall bar is representing ratus, which is common in our houses. If I can look closely, the one which I said is a grass rat, avicensis, follows that one. And what is very common with the avicensis, it doesn't enter the houses, but it lives close to, it lives more in the peri-domestic areas. So we are yet to test these different species and see exactly what they are carrying. We went to different conservation areas, and this is how they have performed. We've collected small animals from the bushes, and you can see that Queen Elizabeth gave us many more compared to other sites. This is still Queen Elizabeth. This is Bwindi. This is Chidepo. So what we are seeing here, in the domestic, we are having more of the ratus. Then in the fallows, we are having more of the mastomis and the avicensis. In the peri-domestic, having more of the avicensis and the crocidulas or the shrews. This is generally how we managed to get the success in the different conservation areas. Queen Elizabeth leading, followed by Bwindi, then Chidepo, and Mburo. Pianiupe has fewer. we are yet to establish exactly why. So what have we learned so far is that as we were interacting, we discovered that yes, we have VHTs there, which we are modeling to get the curves, are very helpful, but it is also very important to involve other leaders, especially the LCs, as you are doing your work. In Karamoja, we realized that strong respect for elders and leaders helped us to ensure that we successfully did our work with the minimum interference. And incidentally, in all of these regions, we moved through from Chisoro to Karamoja. This is where we didn't lose any of our traps. I think we can clap for those people. Yeah. So this is what we've seen is that where people are involved in crop husbandry, you are likely to get more of these small mammals compared to the ranches, or where they are more on livestock. The challenges. Some members of the community, like I've already said, they interfered with our traps, spoiling them and sometimes taking them. Some members could lock up the houses and prevent us from getting the traps in time. The weather, of course, that one can't be underlooked. Sometimes it could hinder us from retrieving or checking on the animals as quickly as we had anticipated. Then, lots of traps in the communities. So, our next course of action, we want to see that these samples that were collected are tested, and we identify, so we intend to, much as this may not be in the proposal as indicated, CCHF, RVF, and Brocera, we are also interested in seeing other pathogens like arenaviruses. We have a master's student who is doing some work on this. We want to identify and test the ectoparasites that we have found on these animals. That include ticks and fleas. You never know, we may have to test some of these fleas for plague and see whether it is actually only in West Nile, but not in other places. So we want to link this data, the small animals that have been collected. We want to link them to the ecological factors. I think other presenters will be showing us how we can model this into, to connect it into the ecological factors. Then we hope to strengthen community sensitization based on what we shall have found out. Thank you very much. These others are just photos of the team. They are with informed desensitization. This kind of act probably could be avoided. Sorry. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Hello. Thank you very much, Mr. Naxon. Thank you for the presentation on the small animals. So you see that small animals are being collected everywhere. Small animals are known to be reservoirs of quite a number of viral infections. That is why you see him talking about the arenaviruses. Arenaviruses are also a very big threat, and we want to find out whether there are any arenaviruses in this area. You talked about DBS. You didn't explain DBS to people. Probably you need to tell them what DBS is.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor. DPS is in full. It is a dry, dry blood spot. In other words, we are collecting this. That is in the form of serum. So we are collecting it on kind of strip. So when they get in the laboratory, they can test using that dry kind of paper on which the blood was collected.
Okay, thank you very much. So this is, the animals are small animals, so they have small amounts of blood. So blood is only collected and put on a piece of paper, and then they can test that blood using those pieces of paper. Our next presentation is from Maif. I don't know who's coming next. Is it Dr. Dewa or did I see wildlife? Okay, wildlife survey. Let us have Uganda wildlife team to present on the progress of activities. Thank you. Which one? The one down. Okay, there is a question here online. He says, thanks team for the great presentation. I have two questions. On sampling, why did you sample 60% female and 40 male? On the in-house ELISA, is it an antigen-based ELISA, an antibody-based ELISA? Otherwise, thanks for the great work. Okay, I know the presentation. This was the presentation. The first question is from the results that Denison presented. The next one is from Charity's presentation. What I can say about the first question is that you select a household and you go and do the interviewing in the household. When you go to the household, most often you'll find the males have gone to work and the people who are at home are the females. So you are likely to get a bigger number of females at home than the males. That's why we have a bigger percentage of females than males for those surveys which were done. On the in-house ELISA, we are trying to do both. We are trying to be able to capture antibodies, but at the same time, we also want to get the antigen to find out whether some of these animals are actually carrying virus or carrying antibodies for these diseases. So both of these are going to be done. The antigen ELISA to be able to pick the viruses themselves, and the antibody ELISA just to find out the antibodies. Thank you. The presenter is Mr. Kilama, but you have already introduced yourself earlier, but many other people have come in, so you may introduce yourself again.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Kilama Kamugisha from Uganda Wildlife Authority. I'm going to present the wildlife surveys by the UA team. This is an interesting surveys. This is where the employee directly relates with the bosses. You know, our employer are the animals. We subdue them, then they regain, and again they bring the employee down. So it's an interesting scenarios. Our areas covered in the project. This was mentioned by Dr. JJ in the preamble, so I might skip this part. The considerations on the physically fit animals handled during sampling. We don't go for weak or sickly animal. Reason being, the restraining methods, we mainly use chemical restraint, plus some little physical restraint. So these chemical restraints, they really worked on these animals metabolically through, sometimes they affect their respiration. So if the animal is already sick, these chemicals can compromise them and they go down forever. They fail to wake up. So we only select animals which are healthy. We don't get those which are compromised already. Also, the apparent looking pregnant animals were also excluded. That's still the same. They are compromised, so we can't work on them. The young ones also, we try to exclude them. We work on the mature, early sub-adult. They are termed as juvenile, adults, and sub-adults. So we tend to choose adults and sub-adults. The participating staffs, you must be insured. Like I told you, in the wild, it's not like dealing with the domestics. There are so many things you can easily get them in the wild. While you are looking for a cub, you can get a lion, which is there in the bush, so can go for you. So you have to be very, very careful. So one of the principle of work for Uganda Wildlife Authority is all staff must be insured. So for you to go and work under Uganda Wildlife Authority, you must have an insurance policy that covers your life. That for in case of anything, the insurance policy will cover you. I've talked about the physical versus the chemical restraint. Sample taken. In Queen Elizabeth Conservation Area, a total of 52 wildlife were sampled, 38 buffaloes, 8 Uganda cobs, 6 water bugs. In KVCA, that is Kidepo Valley Conservation Area, a total of 56 wildlife were sampled, 50 buffaloes, 2 zebras, 3 hartebeest, and 1 Uganda cob. But you would realize something here. In the presentation by Dr. JJ, our target was to have about 180 cobs. But for you people who know Uganda cobs, restraining it is not simple. Because it will not allow you come close to it like 10 meters. It will go far. So for you to restrain, you need chemical restraint. So in the chemical restraint, we use a gun, a darting gun with chemical. So by the time you shoot that bullet reaching, or a dart itself reaching, the thing has gone. So that is a challenge. So if you see, we work more on what? On buffaloes, because these are like cows. They are simpler than Uganda cobs. They are not a joking subject. You really need to be a sharpshooter, and you can, physically, we were planning also to go for impalas. That was the next thing we were supposed to have done. Because for impalas, you can get them in the night. For them, their vision is impaired. So you can easily get them, flash torch on them, and then you can use physical means. But for Uganda cobs, first of all, they are high jumpers. They can jump very high. So you try, and they are really very strong, aggressive. So it's not simple. In Kaboya, a total of 82 wildlife was sampled. Out of that, I'm seeing 81 Uganda cobs. But that one took us a lot of time in those 81. In the community, but it took us a lot of time to get those 81. It's true challenging to sample a Uganda cob. In Lake Mburo Conservation Area, a total of 61 wildlife was sampled. 48 were zebras, 4 buffaloes, 8 waterbucks, and 1 topi. So the sample types that were collected, they included fecal, the primary sample, which is submitted for COHRIE project, it's blood and ticks. But as Uganda Wildlife Authority policy, as long as you put the animal down, you will collect as much sample as you can, because you will not get that animal tomorrow. So imagine I put a buffalo. The cost of putting a buffalo down, Dr. Ndumu here would tell us more. It's more than $1 million shilling to sample one buffalo. It's more than 1 Uganda shilling, 1 million Uganda shillings to put it down. So if I put it, I need to collect as much as possible what I can do. Otherwise, you let it go, your 1 million has gone away. That is minus the personnel and human resource you're factored in. So the swabs, the hair, these ones, they are submitted to UA. Sometimes we put them in our archives. Sometimes we do them for other research work within UA. As you know, Uganda Wildlife Authority also has a lab, an accredited lab, based in Imweya, Queen Elizabeth National Park. The blood samples collected, they are processed and transported to UVRI for further analysis. Madam Charity was here telling us how they have tested samples. But ours, I've seen for wildlife, they are about 200 something. They have not yet tested. We expect good findings and interesting findings, because nothing so much has been published on wildlife, especially in Uganda here. So we expect so much interesting findings from Madam Charity and the team. I wish you well. That one I've explained that. Even the UA DRL, that UA DRL is Uganda Wildlife Authority Diagnostics and Research Lab. Like I said, it's an accredited lab. So we also have a policy that if you have the animal down, you collect as much as possible. Your research protocol might say you only need blood, but for us, once the animal is down, we pick as many samples as we can. We submit yours, while the rest, they are kept in the lab. The drug combination, these are a bit tricky. For non-scientists, you might see them as they are just any drug. Like reading that one, etofin, it's not a joking drug, because they are really highly potent drugs. That etofin hydrochloride, it can put a buffalo in 5 minutes, the buffalo is down. Just that small dose, like 2 mils only of it, it knocks a buffalo down. So if it goes on your bare skin, they can be absorbed through your bare skin, and that's why they say you have to be insured. So to work in the wild, you need to be careful. You need to be physically fit. Like I said, these bosses of ours, you can subdue them, and after releasing what you have used to subdue them, they can come back on you. Like for a buffalo, you chemically restrain them, they go down. But then you have to reverse that process or the chemical which was used to put it down. So now after reversing it, it gets up. You just need to see. If you don't have a vehicle, for sure. We have some photos which are, I have a colleague, Gloria, one time went to sample a lion. They were just there taking selfie. A lion woke up. The story afterwards, it's just only, you need it to have. She's there. People who know Gloria Kurut can interface her and share moments with her. Buffaloes, people who have been in Uganda, like Dr. JJ, knows what buffaloes have done to our vet doctors within Uganda Wildlife Authority. One vet doctor, I think, almost lost their life because of that. After reversing, the thing just charges straight to you. So it's a random thing, chance. So you just have to be very careful, because you can still put them down, they run, and remember they are in a herd. So for you, you might think the one you have darted is the one which is down. One almost also broke my leg. It was a bad scenario, but God helped me. We were in the field. Our lead vet, Dr. Eric, darted one. It ran. It was down. But several of them, they were also down. So for us, we touch a wrong one, which is not under medicine. So because we go, you occlude them, you cover the eyes, and 2 people, you hold the horns. I went, held the horn, kumbe, I'm holding a live buffalo. The thing got up with me. So I say, now God, I'm here. I held it. My other colleagues were still jumping from the car, coming. Oh, my God. It was so bad. It was so bad. Yes, because it fell on my right knee. The next, I was taken to the hospital. But here I am. Yeah, the insurance had to come in. That's during the other time when we were sampling in Queen, I think Nyakatonzi, that side. So these are drug combinations. They have different actions. Others, like etofin, just puts the animal down. Then I show you. Others, like diprenophine or naltrexone, they are used to do reversal. Some of these medicine, they are self, so meaning the body wears them out. You don't reverse all of them. Like azaparon. Azaparon, you might not need to reverse it. So mainly, we reverse the etofin, which is really highly potent. So sometimes the body wears out this medicine themselves. You leave the animal there, it moves. Like on reversal, the animal regained consciousness, got up, and ran away within 3 to 5 minutes. And the same process repeated for other animals. Other species, like Uganda cops, were handled manually after capture using a plastic bomber during translocation. That was in Kaboya. We took some samples were collected during that process, the translocation. So you chase them, the one during the community, which are in the community. You construct like something like a net. So you chase them with vehicles. So they get there. Others, actually, you can chase like 200 of them. You end up getting like 3 the process starts again. It's a cycle. You keep repeating until you get the number you want. Yeah. You know, for us, we are paramilitary. You see my boss, Dr. Eric, there, in a military uniform. All of us, we put on that same uniform. So you have to be military trained. When Naxon and Denison are saying, what? Military skills. For us, we have it to deal with these animals also. Sometimes you need to be trained on their behaviors, how to handle them physically. So as a staff, you must be physically fit. So if you are carrying, especially if you're a lady and you are carrying a baby, we don't advise you to go in the field because your life can be in danger. You might not be able to run. Remember, in the wild, anything can happen. So the process always started by that. So before we started anything in the field, we do the briefing. You get how many of my men and women have I taken to the field? You get that numbers. Then post numbers also. Because in the wild, bushes are there. Someone can go there. A buffalo gets them. So things becomes tricky for them. You people know statistics. The bigger the animal in the wild, they have high records of killing. More than lion. Buffalo kills people more than lion. The statistics, if you read them yearly, the number of deaths due to buffaloes, they are more than that of lion. So fear big animals like elephants. There was a photo Denison showed there where the bosses, those are now the big bosses. They were on the road walking majestically. Boom, boom, boom. You have to just stand and wait. They are the boss. Your work is just to wait. And they give you way, then you're able to go. Should you just try, they can charge against you, and then the next thing you need to call our staff to help you. So that was a Uganda cop being sampled. Buffalo, my good colleague, Gloria, was sampling a buffalo from the community. That is the technique of holding the horn. So imagine if you are alone or you are holding a buffalo which is not under medicine. That's the scenario I was. So it's not just chemical only. You apply both chemical and a physical restraint. Sometimes, like these baboons, the vets, they know this, they rarely use chemical restraint on them. So we try as much as possible to use manual capture. So these baboons, they're a bit also wise. And we are supposed to sample about 180 baboons as per the presentation from Dr. JJ. So far, I know it has been a challenge to get these baboons. You see that bomber? That was from Bwindi. We went that side, constructed that thing, put ripe bananas there. They are too smart. They even use stick and collect the ripe bananas from inside the bomber. They don't enter. Our assumption was, you put this, they will enter inside. Once they start touching, the door closes. But these things are too smart. They get a stick, put it inside, pull the banana out. They eat it. So dealing with the wildlife, it's too challenging for sure. The joint activities, all these other the presentation which was made by, I think, Denison, what they did inside selections, the trainings, who are also participated in all those activities. At least a representative was there. For the lab work, like you said, for us, as Uganda Wildlife Authority, our mandate just to collect the sample and submit. We just do initial preparations like doing the aliquoting, labeling them, packaging them well, and shipping it to Uganda to Uganda Virus Research Institute for testing. Oh, wow. Some of the challenges, I've talked about them, but still, others like bad terrain, which Denison also talked about it. Our terrain, because for us, we don't move on the roadside. For you, you saw them, they were driving on the road. For us, we drive off-road. For them, they are not allowed to drive off-road. Our animals are within the park, but neighboring community. For them, they are sampling people outside the park. The community outside the park. Even if it's community, say like within park, like Queen Elizabeth National Park, but still, there's a boundary which is demarcated, that this is for the community area. Like you go to Queen, you have places like Katunguru, A and B, you have Kisenyi, Kasenyi, Rwenshama. They still have that location which is gazetted for them only. So, the livestock human team are not permitted to go off tracking because UA also has a policy. In case they go off tracking and anything happen to them, it might not be something good. So for us, we drive off tracking. Remember, it's not a road. These animals can run in the bush, so you just have to follow them. So it's a bad thing. Bad terrain affects us a lot, especially like in Kayendero. There are some areas also which are boggy. Overgrown bushes. We saw this so much in Lake Mburo, where you have bushes which are very high and you dart this animal. The next thing you see the animal running, going towards the bush, and you lose that animal. They will not die, of course. These drugs, they will, like I said, they wear out. But also depends on how that animal is going to fall down and lies down well. Because this medicine affects their respiration. So should it do regurgitation, the vomits from the intestine to the respiratory system, they can die. That's how they always die. The heavy rain, especially in windy landscape also, that's why it rains a lot. I told you also a scenario about the banana versus the baboon story already. Then also other things like darting challenges. You could underestimate the size because these sizes of the animal vis-a-vis the drug you're going to use, you have to calculate it well. So you might think this animal is like, say, 500 kilograms. You made a drug for that. But then in actual sense, this thing is 600 kilograms. So that drug is not going to help. So those are some of the challenges. Sometimes these darts, they expand because you are moving. These animals, sometimes you don't spot them here. They are not stationary like livestock animal. The same animal which is in the park is the same which will also come to the community. So you can dart, the guy runs back to the park in the bush and joins the race. You fail to get them. So those are some of the darting challenges. The acknowledgement, yeah, we appreciate support given by all the implementing partners to make COHRIE project a success. And as UA, we also thank government of Uganda for accepting COHRIE to be launched and conducted in Uganda. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kilama, for that very interesting, captivating talk about wildlife. I don't know whether you have any questions for him. If you don't have any questions, there is one online. Thanks, Mr. Kilama. I'm intrigued by the fact that sick-looking animals are not surveyed, yet they could be infected with pathogens of public health interest. Isn't there another restraint method other than the chemical method that can be used not to miss out on potential pathogens in sick animals?
Sorry, I request you to repeat the first part.
Well, he's saying that why is it that the sick animals are not captured? You already gave the reason that there is the probability that these animals may die if they are darted, if you use the chemical means. But of course, even if you use a restraint, because the animal is sick, you can imagine going to the hospital and you start pulling and turning the patients, fighting with them to get a blood sample. Because that is what he's... So he's saying, is there another way that sick animals may be sampled?
Okay, thank you so much. There are several methods we use to restrain these animals. But for this scenario, the focus was mainly to sample animals which are healthy.
Yeah.
Okay, physically seen healthy. But now, there are scenarios where we have animals under wire snare. Those are now not animals which are okay. They could be having wire snare. We use physical restraint on them. But for big ones like buffalo, they use chemical, but reduced. Immediately, it's put down, it's reversed. So most of the work is done when the thing is live. So we need so many people to handle that. And thirdly, most of these sick animals, they are within the park. It's rare to get them in the community. Those which have, you really see them, unless it's a wire-snared animal. But the real sickly, they are always inside, so they are not in the periphery of the community. It's hard to get them.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Nadia.
Thank you for the presentation and the stories of daring do's. Very impressive work. My question is, a lot of money has been spent on this work, and we need to be really sure how to interpret the findings. And one of the really important methodological aspects will be the decisions that you made in the field on where to sample and how to sample. Yes. And I just wonder if you can tell us a bit about the sampling effort. So how did you decide exactly where to get the animals? And how do you think that will affect the results? Because what we want to be able to do, of course, is to generalize to wider populations, to other cobs, to other water buffalo in the same area or in similar areas. And so understanding exactly what you did, the methods you used to decide where to dart the animals, is going to be incredibly important for all the science that follows. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If I go by what Dr. JJ in his presentation, one of the methods they had put in place was to sample animals which are interfaced with the community. So if we get animals which are next to the community, sharing, because some of this you will find a buffalo is here, a cob is there, cattle are there, so that kind of interaction. We only sample animals which are interacting with other animals, the livestock, and then should be within the community. Because these animals, they don't have boundaries. They will not say, oh, me, I'm supposed to stay only in the park. No, they move even in the community. Like when you saw the other photos where my colleague Gloria was sampling that buffalo. That was in Kasenyi. And in that same area, you would find the livestock people were also sampling. So we sample animals which share the boundaries with the community. I don't know if I've...
So they tried as much as possible to get those animals which were coming to the interface areas. So they were not like just going inside the park and pick animals and just that there was animals. But these ones which were coming to the periphery, which were interacting as much as possible were the ones that were being darted. Okay. Yes, Deo.
Thank you. Thank you, Kilama, for that very vibrant presentation. Following up on the question made by online about the sick animals, I take it that you do also pathological surveillance, where when animals die, you go out there and try to find out what might have caused the death of those animals. Wouldn't it still be in the same vein that if you find a weak animal, you would still need to restrain it and find out why that particular sick animal is compromised in terms of health? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Still, I will respond in regards to these primary objectives and the sampling protocols for this project. The protocol was to sample animal in the interface with the community. Like I said, the sickly animal are very hard to get them in the community. As Uganda Wildlife Authority, we also have our disease surveillance policy. We do our surveillance. We go in the field. We look after these animals. We have several samples that we pick from these animals which are okay. They pick samples from the carcasses. So we have all those types of samples which are there in our biobank at ORDRL. So we don't segregate, we don't isolate, we sample both. But for this particular one, the animals that we found them, they were healthy. The sickly one, they are in the park, which now does not meet the criteria of the samples, the sampled animal.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Kilama. Because actually, we shall be asked the question, why did you go to the homesteads and you didn't go to the hospitals? Because our protocol was like, yes, we are sampling people in their homes. We are sampling people who are not sick. Or else we would go to the health facilities to look for sick people.
There's one question behind there, Dr. Stephen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kilama. Mine are just two simple questions. The first one is about the Uganda cobs. You said they were very hard to catch. But I also know that UWA has been translocating Uganda cobs actually on fuso trucks from one park to another. In other words, they are able to catch them in a mass and even put them on a lorry and transfer them. So I'm not convinced why this time it is very hard to catch the Uganda kobe for this study.
Okay.
The last question is about animals in wildlife, animals within the communities. I think baboons is one of those groups. I don't remember seeing baboons in the animals you also sampled. They are on the roads, they go everywhere. It's vermin. And actually, in addition to that, actually, I also had the habituated colonies, which are visited by tourists and many people. I have visited the chimps in Machijon and Chivale. And people stay with those animals for even a very, very long time. It's actually one of the areas where a novel pathogen will emerge in this country because those animals are visited by very many people from all over the world. We don't know what they bring, but also, yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Dr. Stephen, let me start by the first one. You said, if I get you well, that we do translocation. I think I was a bit clear in this. remember, the protocol is the cobs which are in the community. There might not be so many as cobs in the park. For us, the cobs, we translocate them. They are in the park, which they are like in thousands. So we chase them and we capture them. These are totally different from the one which is in community, which you might find them there are only 6 or 10 moving together. So, yeah, for the Kaboya part, why there were a bit many in the community, for people like Denison who have been to Kaboya. Kaboya is more to the community. So, I can just say might be community, they encroach so much to the park. So they live with these cops together. So it's easy to pick them because there were many. But that's a different scenario of these cops if you go to, say, like Karenga, where we did the sampling. Because you find like 4 in a community, 2 there, 3. So it's tricky for that one. I don't know if I've answered you, sir. Yes, we pick samples for translocation, but more in the park, not in the community. The translocation, most of these animals are from within the park, not in the community. Only except for Kaboya, since they are just outside there in the community. I think also Lake Mburu, but for Lake Mburu they have impalas. You have also talked about chimps, gorillas, because they're habituated animals. In our research protocol, which in the project, those animals, you are listing them, they were not included. So, you working on them, you need to get another research permit to work with it in UA. I think so. I don't think you will just go and start breeding chimps. Yet your thing was buffaloes, cobs, impalas, zebras, baboons, rodents. It's not there. So we were just limited by the study protocol. Otherwise, if the protocol was including chimpanzees, yeah, we would have gone to Chambura Gorge or what? Chibale. There's a lot of research work by Makerere University being done in Chibale on this, on chimps, and then in Bwindi, gorillas. There's also a lot of research work being done by gorilla doctors, and then UA also. Thank you.
I'll keep this very brief. Dr. Deo's question makes me think there may be an opportunity that is missed here, which is about the animals that die, particularly in these interface areas between the parks and the communities. And if you already harvest blood and samples from those animals and have databases and sample banks from those animals, is there an opportunity to combine those already collected databases and samples with the COHRIE project and get some information about the animals that die in these zones?
Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question, and I think that is not Chirama's question to answer. That is Dr. Ariel and Dr. Atim Nedi to answer that question. We can always ask if they have any data from dead animals, and we see how we collaborate that data into what we have. I think in the interest of time, let us give Mr. Kilama a loud applause for his energetic presentation. And then we listen to the livestock surveys. Livestock surveys are going to be presented by Dr. Deo Ndumu. Dr. Deo Ndumu is the copy eye from MAIF. He's a well-known epidemiologist with the Ministry of Agriculture. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you, Professor. A very good afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I want to apologize for suffering from laryngitis. I hope I will be audible. Otherwise, You may have to ask me to step down if I'm not audible at all. The livestock team has undertaken quite a number of activities in tandem with the wildlife group, the human medical group, and the wild mammals. The outline of this presentation, we shall talk about the sampling that has been done in the conservation areas, some preliminary results in livestock, which are a bit interesting, a little bit about training of the Community One Health volunteers, and also we have just concluded the sampling of livestock, cattle and sheep and goats below at the age of 12 months and below. Then a few challenges and other adaptations. Then the next phase will be the cattle birth cohort. So during the first phase, data was collected in selected areas, and this is of course at the human livestock wildlife area, which we call the SRS in short. The objective has already been talked about, is to investigate those neglected diseases, namely, using RV, FCCHF, and brucellosis as a sort of an example or proof of concept, and we are using a two-stage sampling design. So the study areas have already been talked about. This includes the Queen Elizabeth conservation area, Bwindi, Mugahinga, Lake Mboro, Maction Falls, and Kidepo Valley, Pian Upe conservation area. This is just what we did. We were working with the district, the district leadership. In this way, we were able to go out and collect mainly blood, serum, and ticks. And also additional hard and environmental data. And then we've been using software online to capture, and also I think Joseph and Dale have been very instrumental in assisting us to upload this data electronically. And then of course we've gone ahead to identify using, together with our colleagues from the One Health platform, to identify One Health volunteers with whom we have been working. Okay, some little bit of data. It's not completely processed, but we are going, it's the path. We'll get there. You are just going to have to excuse me each time I get choked. Below 1 year, we have just started sampling those. Where is the light? It is here. Oh, I beg your pardon. It is this one? Yeah. So this is, that's the goats. And then the cattle are in blue. So according to age, you can see that the local animals, up to 92% cattle and 72% goats have, sorry, up to 92% goats and 72. But I think, and then of course, the female, we have picked more females, goats, and fewer cattle. Not so much of the exotics and the crosses. So the reason why we went for the younger, you could see in the young group we had so few. So we needed to go out there and pick more and see the picture in the young as well. This is very crowded. I don't want to disown the slide, but we needed to do it very quickly. We can see this is largely a livestock park conservation area, and most of the animals we got from the Lake Mboro area, then the Pian Upe area. And when you break them down, this is what you get. Don't strain your eyes so much. I think there is the next slide may be of more instructive. So seroprevalence overall. I know Professor Ultrama and group, they are going to ask me, excuse me, why do we have such a high seroprevalence? And yet literature is showing a little bit, is showing something different. We have been taking total antibodies in this case. So here we are saying that we have more positives, actually more or less equivalent positives in goats and cattle. And I know people would be interested in knowing why this is. Then looking at conservation area in terms of seroprevalence, we are seeing that the goats, in Kidepo Valley we have higher seroprevalence in Kidepo Valley. Then this is almost similar to the Queen Elizabeth conservation area. Then we have lower seroprevalence in the Bwindi Mugahinga area. Again, excuse us for this extremely crowded. This was from the data that we captured regarding the origin of animals, whether the seroprevalences were the risk factors that led to high seroprevalences. And when I looked at this data quite closely, I realized that those that were near water bodies, like we have the Kidepo Valley, we have quite a high risk here. Then also in the Pian Upe, those that were near the water bodies tended to be, where you are seeing zero is we have not taken samples there, but lower seroprevalences were noted in the Bwindi Mugahinga again, despite even those that were near the water bodies. So you can't go through the whole of this in these 10 minutes, but there is some interesting information that is coming out. So in the second phase, which we did, you saw, we had fewer animals that were below the age of 12 months. We went back just recently, last week. Excuse me. And this is what we were doing. Basically, we also collected ticks from animals and also the environment. This protocol was provided by UCL. Thank you so much for that. And then, of course, we also did the famous dragging of the common for collecting ticks. And we collected so many young, the nymphs. You could find so many of them in there. And I think, Dr. Fiona, you collected so many. And Brian from the carbon dioxide fixed trap overnight and during the day. Yeah. So next we are going to do the bath cohort study. We plan to do this in okay, let me first of all say why we are doing it. This is to justify the feasibility and method for larger scale investigation, and also to have insights into the sample size justification, farm selection, calf inclusion criteria, and blood sampling intervals. This is not, I thought, Dr. Fiona, you had changed this to 150. I can still see 120. So during this study we shall do 25 animals, 20 of which will be excuse me. Yeah, 20 of these, this is 150 supposedly. It's just a typo. 20 will be seronegative for CCHF, and seropositive for CCHF, and 5 will be seronegative for CCHF. So we shall collect serum, whole blood, and placenta from at birth. And the criteria for inclusion into the sample size will be based on pregnancy. Blood shall be collected from the time the animal is pregnant, the time also from at birth, then a few weeks, then monthly. And that is what we are proposing. This is based on, we really want to know also when is an animal infected with CCHF, or when do they start to develop antibodies along their life. So the challenges we have encountered, the terrain is certainly one of them. I personally have been a victim of terrain. I think I've lost like 3 tires. This morning, one of my tires was at 13. And I had to first go and fill it up before I could reach here. Hilly areas, yes, but that's part of where the animals are and where their interfaces are. Then, of course, most of the farmers don't keep records. If they had records, this would be very helpful. Would get to know particular ages. But we are using aging, we do that by dentition, which is quite helpful. Then some farmers are extremely uncooperative. Of course, our criteria for including them into the study is if they allow or they don't allow that we pick samples from them. Then, of course, Karamoja is very difficult. It's a bit risky. Recently, we lost a veterinarian. We don't know how that happened, but it's not a place where you can simply, you need to be careful. You need to move with security so that you can pick samples. Then, okay, so in some communal herds, for example, in the P and Upe and Kidepo, we were unable to collect sheep and goats, but probably we can have an opportunity to do that in the future. That's on land. Mobilization, we have to work with the leadership and our One Health volunteers, community One Health volunteers. I saw this working very well when we were collecting the ticks. One of the ladies whom we had, she was just like, she knew every place we needed to go and pick the ticks from. Then transportation, we just have to use motorcyclists to reach the inaccessible areas. I don't know whether, Denison, you are going to provide us with motorbikes, but we can always hire boda. That is fine. Sampling areas, animals from watering points and grazing grounds could also be helpful, because these animals are reared communally. Epidemiologically, they are just one unit in that area. They're not any different from another area, maybe. Then the other thing is that we encountered a problem with the community One Health workers from the animal side. And this issue was eventually resolved. And we have been able to work with, we have been able to rectify the issue. Of course, we are grateful to the district leadership, the laboratorians, Uganda Wildlife Authority, thank you so much for the facility. CTPH, we can't forget you. The Coves, I don't know whether you are represented here, but certainly we are grateful to you. And the UWA Scouts. We cannot forget our collaborators who are here today from UCL and other major institutions. We certainly salute the UNRWA, and we recognize the presence of the director. We are grateful to our collaborators from all the institutions, and certainly, most of all, to the IDRC Canada. And with that, I say thank you for listening. And I say, pardon me for my hoarse voice.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dewo. Any questions for him? No questions. Thank you very much. The birth cohort study is a study that wants to look at animals from birth and as they grow. When are these animals exposed to the infection, and probably how they are exposed to the infection? We know for some diseases, that they may affect either the very young or the old. The very young probably getting antibodies from the mother, so they don't get infected until when the antibodies went off, and then they may get infected. And when they get infected as juveniles, then probably as they grow older, they may not be affected anymore. So this depends on diseases. There are some diseases where only the young ones are infected and not the older ones. Others, it is only the older ones. So we want to look at that kind of dynamics of the disease. So our next presentation is, our next presenter is Professor Nigel Field on behalf of the UCL, University College London, UVRI team. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you, Julius, and the Director General, and everyone here. It's a real pleasure to be here today. I had to watch this meeting online last year, really wanting to be here, to be with you, so it's really great to be in the room today. It makes a big difference. I'm a professor of infectious disease epidemiology, and I'm a public health doctor, so I'm a little bit outside my comfort zone talking to you about ecology. And I'm also very aware and feel quite humble talking to a room of real experts on the diseases that I'm going to talk about, and also about the communities in the regions which are part of the presentation. And it's a real privilege to be in a room which is so multidisciplinary. Okay, I'm going to speak for about 10 minutes, I hope. I'm going to cover a little bit of background. I'm sure that many of you are aware, but the focus is going to be on CCHF and the eco-epidemiology. I'm going to tell you, kind of give you a sneak preview of some of the early findings that we have from our work on the tick distributions that we're starting to find, and then try and draw that into some so what and what next in terms of the next steps we're going to take. And it will be great to get your advice on that, so that we really focus our questions on issues that are important to the affected communities and to the researchers and public health officials here. So just a reminder, CCHF is a very important disease recognized both here in East Africa and also by WHO. It's a pathogen which causes, in a small proportion, but an important proportion of cases, a very serious hemorrhagic fever. And in Uganda, a series of publications shown here have shown that it may be much more important than is perhaps recognized purely from the case numbers. There is relatively high prevalence found in particular groups, particularly abattoir workers and farmers, with prevalence, seropositivity, so seroprevalence up to nearly 30% in some studies, including Stella Atin's recent study. And our own study, which I'm going to mention later, found seroprevalence of just 10% in abattoir workers. And one of the things that we're trying to add to the project is to bring an integrated perspective, pulling together methods and perspectives from ecology and epidemiology. And that means that we can start to understand some of the environmental risk factors and delineate compartments of risk. Part of the problem and part of the reason that the ecology modeling might be helpful is that these are very rare diseases. And so you need a sort of One Health approach that brings together the biology, the ecology, the epidemiology, the veterinary medicine and public health methods to try and get a grip on where CCHF might be found. And we've so far focused on the hazard component in this diagram. So that means understanding where the pathogen is available. And more precisely, what we've been able to do is to look at where the potential tick vectors are most likely to be found. And so we've started to do work to try and understand how the ticks are distributed and what the ecological predictors are that will allow us to understand where the pathogen might be found. And so the laboratory work which Charity presented is going to be absolutely crucial to this, because that's going to allow us to further refine not only where are the ticks present, but where are the infected ticks present. And so that's the sort of the next step. I could give an hour-long lecture on the ecology of the ticks, but just a few highlights which are particularly salient to the presentation today. So they're complex. There are a variety of ticks with 3, 2, and 1 host life cycles. They have varying lifespans. They are attached to the host for varying amounts of time. They're very dependent on humidity for their behaviors. We've heard from our friends at UWA the dangers of interacting with the large animals, but I commend to you the work of Alice and Fiona and all of the team in the field, because interacting with the ticks is also not a risk-free exercise. I don't know if the insurance policies extend to them, but they've done amazing work to interact with these very difficult creatures to work with. Temperature also impacts on their life cycle. And something that we've debated a lot with the team is how they're dispersed. So thinking about how far animals move in a day or in a week gives us insight into how the ticks are distributed and moved around in the environments. So all of that said, we still have relatively poor understanding of CCHF in Uganda and actually worldwide. What we do know, or at least what is suspected, is that the ticks have a special role to play, because not only are they the vector, so transmitting the virus to humans, but they also may be a reservoir, or the dominant reservoir. So the reason why the virus persists in the community, in the population, in the environment, may be to do with the ticks. And our previous work has shown that rather than hyaloma ticks, in Uganda, it may be another type of tick called rhipicephalus that is most important for propagating CCHF. And so the aim here is to try and understand which ticks occur and where they occur in Uganda, what their host associations are in wildlife and domestic animals, their environmental predictors, and put that together with infection status, as I've mentioned. And we hope that, taken together with all the other information and data that is being accumulated in the COHRIE project, to better understand, predict, and ultimately, we hope, develop public health advice that will help prevent future CCHF epidemics. And I should say that the approach that we're taking is one that I think that we can apply to the other diseases in COHRIE, and also to other infections, both known of and perhaps in the future unknown around the corner that we are not yet aware of. So, to some results. The methods here are shown. So the results come with a couple of caveats. This is on-host sampling of livestock, and as yet we don't have the wildlife data, but we will have that in time. We collected animal-specific information, so we know the species of the animal, in most cases their age and sex, and some clinical findings. And we have information collected by the team on herd level, so information about the herd size and their grazing patterns and behaviors. The other salient piece of information is about when this was done. So this was all done at the end of 2022 and into the beginning of 2023. And in all cases, these were at the end of a dry season, either a short or a long dry season. Okay, so the effort here is just remarkable, because nearly 6,000 ticks have been collected over this 6-month period. And a very large proportion of these have been identified to species level. Where that's not been possible, that's largely because they are young ticks, and microscopy identification, species level identification, requires the tick to be adult. 12 tick species were identified. The vast majority were the Rhipicephalus evertzii and appendiculatus, so 42% of all of the ticks identified and 35% respectively. So where did we find them, on which animals? Or rather, where did you guys find them? This is a busy slide, but just to take you through it, down the left-hand side column is the animals, so from cattle and other domestic animals down to the bottom, the zebra, buffalo, and waterbuck, noting the sample sizes are quite different there. And then across the top are the different ticks. And so, for example, we have 2,164 cattle, and on those cattle, 229, or just over 10%, had Rhipicephalus appendiculatus on them. And I think some take-home messages here. are the appendiculatus and evertzi are host generalists. We found these on almost all animals. And the ticks most associated with cattle, which is clearly part of the core hypothesis in COHRIE, were the Decoloratus, Apileoma, and the Hyaloma rupiphase, with two other tick species more seemingly associated with wildlife. We also wanted to know about, well, if you've got an animal with one type of tick species on it, how many other types of tick species are present on these animals, and this gives you a kind of flavor of this. We're going to do more work to unpick it in more detail, but it was interesting to note that of the cattle, 13% had any tick on them, and 8.6% were parasitised by more than one tick species, whereas the other animals had similar levels of parasitisation, but they tended to be parasitised by just one tick species. And then just for the cattle and the goats, we started to look at where the different ticks are occurring, and it's really interesting to see some of the differences here. So for Bwindi, there were 3 different tick species, the Rhiphocephalus appendiculatus and Decoloratus, and the Variegatum, whereas you can see that Kidepo and Murchison had quite different distribution, with different ticks being most common. And it was interesting to see that in particularly Murchison, the Hyaloma species were present. And then the same kind of graph for the goat. So goat in Bwindi were parasitised by appendiculatus and a few other tick species, whereas in contrast, again, Murchison seems to be a different type of environment, where the primary tick were evertzi and a few other tick species were found on the goats. And we're interested to think about whether this represents the effects of competition between tick species, or differences in the ecological conditions between the sites, or perhaps a combination of these factors. Okay, and then the last part of what I'm going to show, this is really just a flavor of what is coming and the kind of thing that we can do. So what we have here is a model that where the outcome is the probability that an individual animal is parasitized by a particular tick species. And the method here is a regression model that allows us to predict the occurrence on individual animals of these ticks. And to give a bit more methodological data, we're able to adjust for or model random effects, including spatial, the time to control for different months when the sampling occurred, and the herd, so to take account of differences, some of which are measured in the farming practices and the sampling design. The covariates that we're able to include so far, and there will be more in the more complex models that we'll take forward, were covariates including temperature, precipitation, land cover, which I'll show you a bit more detail on in a moment, biodiversity intactness index, and the distance from the national parks. We're interested in how far from a national park, or whether there's variation in risk at different distances from the edge of national parks. So just to give you a flavor of the kind of land cover data that we have, which I think is really interesting because it shows you not only how different these different landscapes are, and I think the wisdom of the protocol that has been developed, because by having variation between the different parks, we're going to be able to feed the models information that will allow us to distinguish factors associated with different tick presence. But you can see that some areas had as you'd expect, I think, some areas had very high proportions of forest cover. So the top one is Bwindi, where you can see the majority of land in the 10 kilometers around the village. And these are all of the 69 villages, I think. The 10 kilometers around each of the villages, what the land looks like. Whereas in, say, Pianupe, there's much more grassland. And so that gives the model something to work with, if you like, in pulling out some of the associated features. And then in terms of the livestock covariates, we're able to include age, sex, the species, the breed, acaricide treatment, a herd size, and grazing pattern. So what did this look like? Okay, so first for the most common tick, where we've got a high degree of sample power, The Rhiphocephalus appendiculatus was most common in regions with a mean annual temperature of 23.5. Areas where the temperature was higher or lower were less suited to Rhiphocephalus appendiculatus. The tick occurrence was negatively associated with other livestock species where cattle was the baseline. So cattle here is the main species for appendiculatus, although found on other species. And there was a negative association with mean temperature in the month prior to sampling. So sampling, remember, was at the end of the dry season. And then a slightly surprising association, which I think we need to unpick more and may fall out of the model as we include more factors and adjust for more factors, is a negative association with grassland in the 2 kilometers around the herd. And then the same for the Ableoma variegatum species. This is a species which was found to be more likely in areas which are hotter, which aligns with the literature that we know about this species. There was a positive association with precipitation in the month prior to sampling. So that has implications for the wet season and people going into areas where ticks are found at those times, as opposed to at times when the land is drier. And there was again a negative association with grassland proportion that we're looking into more, forest proportion, and the biodiversity index in the 2 kilometer radius. There was a lower prevalence in livestock other than cattle, and in males and in animals under 10 years. So older female animals were more likely to be parasitized by this tick species. Okay, so really this is to give you a flavor of what's coming, because we're just scratching the surface on these data and we have data to add. But some take-home messages or some so what. So we found 12 tick species across this sampling effort, the majority of which were these 2 Rhiphocephalus species. Interestingly, Hyaloma was really very rare in comparison to those species, which backs up the findings that we've had from the abattoir study that I spoke about last year and other studies that are being undertaken in Uganda. And remember that Hyaloma is very, very common in other parts of Africa and in northern areas, in areas north of East Africa. The proportion and the distribution of tick species varied quite significantly by geography, although there were some species that were found in all areas. And the Hyaloma species was in fact still found in Murchison and the Kidepo conservation areas. We found some interesting associations with ecological and livestock predictors of the tick occurrence. So, for example, the appendiculatus was associated with temperature and a strong cattle host preference, whereas Ableoma with precipitation, again, cattle host preference, older animals, and potentially higher temperature preference than appendiculatus. And I think we can see that the appendiculatus is a really interesting tick, a real generalist. And so if we think forward to when we have the data, if we find that this is a tick which also carries CCHF and potentially other pathogens, then I think that has really important implications for the epidemiology of some of the viruses we're interested in that are tick associated in Uganda, or perhaps in a way that's in contrast to other countries in the area. And then just a couple of caveats. This is only on-host sampling. We missed some of the data from some of the conservation areas, which I know is coming, and we're currently missing the tick data from large wildlife and the small mammals, which is also coming, and which I thank the team for in advance. So just to finish on next steps, we'll include these data and I think also develop more granular spatial effects in the model, so that we can get to grips in a less crude way with the land use types, not just land cover. I'm very excited that we're not so far from including the tick and the host infection data. That's going to move us forward a major step. And what's been amazing to learn in the last sort of 36 hours in talking to Fiona and hearing about what Fiona and Alice and the team have done is a real effort to do off-host sampling to find out not just what are on the animals, but what tick species are present in different landscapes in the environment of the hosts. And I think that's going to add a real dimension that's not currently here, and I think probably is not in existence in the global literature about tick distributions. And I think when we include the data from the ticks found in the environment and the wildlife hosts, we're going to add to the body of knowledge about the life cycle of the ticks, and also I hope about their importance to the epidemiology of CCHF in Uganda. So I think the future is bright. I'm very optimistic about the findings that we'll be able to gain as we move forward with the project. And then I'm just going to leave you with a diagram before I come to acknowledgement. So I always like a diagram to try and think about how we're working together. And what has been really elegant in this project, and what I've really enjoyed, is the degree to which we've been able to iterate. So we've talked in detail with the team and then changed the things that we've done. So the off-host sampling has been a real advance, and I think is going to add to what we're able to do. Naxon mentioned the fact that the rabbits, the lagomorphs, which we think might be important in the life cycle of CCHF, don't go into the traps. They're too clever to do so. And I'm just thinking about the baboons as well. Maybe we can use this approach. And what we've done is to use the COHs, who I'm really pleased to see here right in the center of the room, and use their knowledge of their own local communities to say, do you see these animals, and give them pictures of both the animal and the feces. Say, do you see these animals in your local environment? How far from the village? How often do you see them? And so use human intelligence as a way of getting information about the presence or absence of these different species that might be important in the life cycles as part of the data collection effort. And so I think that the sort of virtuous circle of sampling, looking at the data, and then thinking about what is missing and then going back has been a real advance that I don't think I've worked on a project quite like that, where we've been able to do these things so quickly. So all hats off to the team for your ability and willingness to discuss new ideas and to integrate them into your plans. It's been absolutely fantastic. And then just to finish, so where I started, I think, so what we hope to do is to understand which species occur and where in Uganda, what the host associations and environmental predictors are, and then put that together, which will be the sort of, I hope, the key that will unlock some of the puzzles with the infection status that's going to help us move forward and come up with not just understanding and ability to predict, but also the so what of how do we prevent future epidemics of CCHF and these other infections in these environments. So huge thanks. You know who you are, all the people who have done this work, and it's been absolutely phenomenal to work with you. Lots of names here, and just thank you. I've really enjoyed the project and continue to get an enormous amount of value from the engagement with the wider team, so thank you. That's it.
Thank you very much, Professor Nigel. Anybody with one or two quick questions?
Thanks so much, Nigel. Really useful, and I love seeing how you've got this iterative process going where you're learning and sort of ever refining the studies to bring new things. I just wanted to make a plea on behalf of the social science team that we be part of that, because I see areas where we could be doing social science sub-studies to help understand some of your findings. And I also see, like, when we're thinking about all the modeling that you're doing now and then layering on the infection data as well, and then looking at, so what is it about the human behaviors that we've been studying that will also layer on as an explanatory factor, and I think really help inform the public health messaging that's going to come out of this. So it would be really interesting, I think, maybe after everybody's presentations to all and start thinking about that, like, what has everybody heard here that's triggering thoughts of how we can better support the different pieces in another. So I guess it's not really a question, just a comment, but yeah, thank you.
I really agree.
Thank you very much.
Can I just say one word in response? I really agree, Laura, and I think that we're very good at working in parallel in our own spaces of comfort. So I find it maybe easiest to work on an epidemiological sero survey of human data. It's really stretched my brain to work with the ecologists and the tick specialists. And I think we need to try and work out how we can work not just in parallel, but in an integrated way. So, for example, one of the questions that I have for social scientists perhaps to help us with is how communities think about ticks in their landscape. Are there particular behaviors that people have which mean that they avoid particular areas where they know ticks are found? Do you avoid taking your animals to some places because you're worried about ticks, or are in fact ticks not something that are really a concern? So getting that kind of community-based information about how ticks are thought of in the environment will be really helpful to inform all of the findings that will come of the work. Thank you. Sorry, Julius.
Thank you very much. Well, in the interest of time, because we are like 1 hour behind, if there is any very, very serious question that needs to be tackled. If not, let us give a loud applause to Professor Nigel. We have another session. This session is supposed to have come way back. So this session is on community One Health models. Actually, this session is supposed to be chaired by Dr. Moses Mwanga. So I'm going to pass on to the mic to Dr. Moses Mwanga. Before I do that, I want to recognize Mr. Musa Sekamate, who is one of the co-PIs. He's the coordinator of One Health in the country. So he heads the One Health coordinating office in Uganda. So he's here. I have introduced you, but you may introduce yourself more.
Thank you. I know I call him Papa because we have come a very long way. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In Africa, it is lunch, but I don't want to comment more about that, but I've just made sure. Yeah, so my name is Musa Sekamata, and I hail from the National One Health Platform, and I sit within the Ministry of Health. This gentleman here is my very good friend from way, way back, but I'm happy now. I just peep in his window and I say, hey, Moses, are you there? I think we need to do some work. Yeah, I'm a co-PI on this particular project. I think that's all, Professor.
Yes, thank you so much, Professor. I think we have sat a long time. Let's stand up, stretch a bit before we... It's going to be a short session, and then we'll break for lunch. Let's stretch. Colleagues, you know adult education is a bit difficult. I think, Denson, you can lead us to just write your name, Denson, using our body. By the time we finish, I think we'll be done. Okay? Okay, let's follow him. We write D. Okay? E. Okay? Followed by N. Yes, Then double N. That's one N. The second one. Okay. Then I. Okay. And S. Wow. Okay. Let's sit down. I think I've been introduced. I'm Dr. Mwanga Moses. I'm happy to be back home. I'd stayed in Entebbe for quite long, and I know all the corners of Entebbe. And I've been in many of these epidemics, and I know what it means for Uganda. Because Entebbe is one of the portal areas whereby access to some of these infection goes through. I'm happy to have worked with the professor and the team, Dr. Lutalo and Denson, for quite long. And I was happy when I was called on to be part of the advisory committee. So after the natural history, then what? We have had a lot of the mammals, a lot from wildlife, the human. We have had quite a lot. Then what? Are we together? So we are going to have a community one health model. Because we have really understood the mammals. I was asking Professor that Ebola, we hear that the bats and the birds are part of those pathogens. He said there's another study, don't worry. It will tackle the bats, you know, getting bats. Somebody talked about the small mammals. I don't know how the small bats can be got. And the birds which are really moving, you know. And somebody brought in the baboons and the man and other animals which work with the chimpanzees. There are quite many. So we have 3 presenters. Massey is a social worker. We have Gladys and Teddy. They're going to tell us about this community one model health, about detection, surveillance, and data. After knowing the natural history, then what? So, Mas, are you ready? Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mercy. I'm a social scientist on the project, and I'm going to be presenting. Okay, thank you. T1 health, and it's from these objectives that the model was developed. Why does it take long? Okay, so that is the model. I'm not going to repeat it. It was presented by Dr. Julius Lutwama, unless someone has a question on it, but we shall not go back into it. So the process of the model implementation. So after designing the model that you have seen on paper, this is what we did to implement. First, the project team started by defining and identifying the COHRIEs. This was done by a multidisciplinary team made up of people from MAIF, UA, CTPH, and some members of the district and sub-county, and also the LC ones in the different villages. We had a selection criteria for the COHRIEs. Firstly, before you're selected, you have to be a resident of the village. Then also, we purpose to get people in different, for example, for MAIF, they had the vets. Then CTPH also had the VHCTs in the community, and we also banked on that. And for human health, the VHTs are the ones who were chosen to be part of the COHRIEs. Then we moved to developing the tools. Among the tools that were developed, we had the logbooks, the e-forms that are used for data collection. The e-forms are 3. We started with the surveillance form and the detection form, and with time, the logomoth form was also added. The next presenter will go into detail on those forms. Then we also developed the training materials at that level. After developing those materials, we then moved into training of the COHRIEs. This was done in different areas for the different conservation areas. For Bwindi and Kasese, for Bwindi and Queen Elizabeth, they were gathered in Kasese for that training. Then for Lekimburo, and some of them from Bwindi still were gathered in Mbara for that training. Then we also had the training for the people in Makshon, which was carried out in Hoima. After training was deployment of the COHRIEs, and they started their work in their villages, where they started off by collecting the surveillance data in the tablets and on the forms and submitting it. After deployment, we then embarked on periodic support supervision, which was done by the project team members. I think this is done on a quarterly basis. Then periodic reporting, where the data team compiles reports and shares these reports with the relevant stakeholders. Then right now it's continuous improvement and refinement of the model, because there are some things we didn't start with in the beginning, but we have added them and changed a few things here and there, depending on the situation in the community. So definition and composition of the COHRIEs. Who are the COHRIEs? The COHRIEs are basically Community One Health volunteers, a multidisciplinary team. They were identified, trained, and engaged to carry out near real-time disease surveillance and detection, response, and reporting for the COHRIE project. Emphasis on the multidisciplinary team, emphasis on the word multidisciplinary team, because the COHRIEs are made up of people from the human health, animal health, and Uganda wildlife, and the wildlife sector. They are 127 in number across the 4 conservation areas. The scope of their work, the COHRIEs have to do data collection, which is the quarterly surveillance data collection and detection data. So these COHRIEs go into the household, collect data, and then go back after 3 months to those same households and collect data still, so quarterly. Then detection, in case anything is happening in the community, an outbreak, anything unusual, they also have a separate form for that, where they fill it and send it to the UVRI dashboard. Then timely submission of data. Of course, the data they collect has to be submitted, so we encourage them to do timely submission of the data. Confirm detection data. This is majorly for the vets. Every time data comes in, the vets usually help us. We give them a call, then they go down in the community and confirm what is being sent in on the forms. Then they also have to attend trainings and meetings and community sensitization. Okay, so we move into the transformative outcomes and early wins, also far what they have done or achieved. And firstly, we've noticed an improved understanding of zoonotic diseases by the COHRIEs themselves. Initially, after the training, because we had trained them about RVF, CCHF, and brucellosis, and other zoonotic diseases, how to identify them, and things like that. But when they first started, as you can see on that graph, there were a lot of false alarms. As you can see, they were reporting RVF, because you can ignore the July, it's training. Then August, as you can see, they were saying they have 2,021 cases of RVF. And on finding out, these were false alarms. And these false alarms have been going down ever since, because the project team has put in effort to always retrain and provide materials to help them understand these diseases better and report accurate things. The second outcome is increased vigilance among community members. Initially, community members would find maybe dead dogs or a large number of animals die and no one cares, or they don't pay so much attention to it. But these days there is increased vigilance, because something that you could consider minor can happen, and then the COHRIEs will immediately report. Yeah, so we've noticed increased vigilance. Then lastly, there is increased awareness and knowledge of zoonotic diseases among community members. In the beginning, at the beginning of the study, when the social science team went to do data collection, especially for the qualitative data, it was observed that many people did not know so much about zoonotic diseases, how they are transmitted, how they can be managed, and things like that. But over time, as the COVs have moved into these communities and informed these people and given them more information about zoonotic diseases, there's been an improvement on the understanding of these diseases. So it's not been very rosy. We've faced some challenges in implementing this model. And firstly, we faced a challenge of shifting of some people to new work areas, especially for the vets. You find that a vet is deployed to work in a certain area, but because of the nature of his job, he's shifted to another area. And sometimes that area might not be in the scope of the study, so we have to identify a new person and retrain that person to take on the work of the other person who left. Then there's also network challenges that affect timely reporting. As you know, upcountry areas or in those very remote villages, the network is not so good. So you find that the COVs have to move a long distance and go to a certain area where they're able to send the data to us. So this affects the near real time and increases the time within which data is collected and sent to the UVRI dashboard. Then varying structures and setup of the communities, because originally we were looking at having 50 households per COV, but when we went into the community to do the work, we realized that somehow some villages do not have even up to 50 households, while some have more. So we had to make some changes to meet the number while putting in mind the setup of the community and the number of people. Then distraction and loss of gadgets. That has happened with some COVs. Some lose the gadgets, which affects their work. High expectations from the project, especially from people in animal health, the vets, because the project gives a small package to the people who do the work. But you find that the vets they expected more. So they were a bit disappointed. Some of them refused to work. And some of them up to now, you still struggle to get them to work or be motivated to work because they keep demanding for more. Then as regards to expectations as well, even the community, because you find that when the COVs go to the community to pick data and they do 3 months and go back the next time, community members usually ask them, what do you have for us? Why do you keep coming to my house and asking me these questions? How do I benefit? What are you bringing for me? Or sometimes someone's cows die on their farm and then a COV rushes there, reports the information, we receive the information, but this person is expecting that the COV, who is a vet, is supposed to give free treatment or offer a solution to his cows, which is not provided by the project. Yeah, so that has also been a challenge. In conclusion, these are the next steps. We tend to embark on data sharing. The data team will expound on that. Refresher trainings for the COVs. More publications using the data that is being collected. Household-based surveillance, because right now the surveillance is being done by the COVs, not people in the households. But in the future, we are looking at having the members of the households themselves do the reporting on their own. Then policy recommendations to return the community animal health workers in other regions, because in Karamoja they have community animal health workers, but other regions do not. I think they were taken away, which created a challenge for us, especially when we were selecting the COVs. So based on our experience, we feel like having the animal health workers in the communities would help in doing the surveillance work. So most of this work on the COVs was published on a blog post on the COHRIE website. And if you have access to the website, you can check out the blog post for more. Thank you very much. That's all I had to say. That's a picture of the calves after their training. Yeah. Thank you. Any questions?
Yes, can we give Mercy a very big hand clap? Any quick question?
Thank you, Mercy. Mine is a follow-up. Your last slide, conclusion. Dissemination plans. I can see that everybody is going out for publication. But I would like to read a bullet which would explore aspects of community engagement. Because here you are training the calves, and here you are activities within those communities. We've seen the areas and the sites, but I've not yet actually heard from any one of you how would the corps be supported by community members unless you have plans of community engagement. I submit.
Thank you. Any other question, or he can answer that? Yes, bro.
Thanks. I'll wait for you to finish writing, Mercy. Can I go ahead?
Yes.
I think a question for the project overall, maybe not directly to you, but I think what you've done is really remarkable with the COVs. It feels like a real important part of the project, and I wonder how to think forward to the end of the project that JJ has already mentioned, which may be in perhaps 2 years' time, how the infrastructure that you're putting in place is supported after the end of the COHRIE project, because I think it would be a shame if, having set up these networks and these people who are trained, who have real ability to engage with their communities and feedback into various dimensions of public health teams, it would be a shame if that was lost at the end of the project when the funding ends. So thinking about how to sustain beyond COHRIE is something I think is already worth thinking about, even though it's quite far from now.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So, Mercy, can you respond, or any other person can support?
I don't think I'm well placed to respond to that. Maybe let me invite the project coordinator to respond.
Okay.
Or, yes.
Yes, I think you actually talked about it when you said, you know, after the bullets of you indicated that the communities themselves will start actually the ones to be the ones to provide the information. They will start to be the ones to do the reporting. So the communities are being sensitized. So you see not only more publications, because we go back to the communities, but we want self-reporting. We want participatory reporting. So they will be part of the surveillance when they themselves start reporting what is happening in their household. I don't know whether that was the question, but the idea is we want the people themselves to come to the point that they are the ones reporting. So that the community itself is doing the reporting. And I think also that partly answers Nigel's question, that after the project, how are we going to maintain this? How are we? So when we continue sensitizing the people, we may not even require the community One Health people, but if we really show the interest, we make them understand why all of this is important, then the people themselves can actually start reporting. What the Village One Health team will be doing is sending the information to the portal for it to be distributed. So that's how we want it, that everybody reports what they see even in their own households.
Yes, PI, thank you so much for responding for that. Remember, it's a One Health model. we need to incorporate all players, the human, the people in the wild, the people in the livestock. So ideally, the community being in the center, I think they have a lot of role to play, if you can remember that framework, conceptual framework. Gladys, thank you so much. We are... Mercy, sorry.
Maybe one last thing.
Okay.
That is the blog post. You can find the link to it on our social media platforms, COHRIE Uganda, on Twitter or X, Facebook and LinkedIn. You can find the link there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was exciting. A big hand clap for her. Wow. I think Gladys is a field coordinator. She's going to take on the next. Then lastly, we'll have Teddy and break off for lunch.
As my presentation comes, yes, I'm Gladys. I'm the field coordinator for the COHRIE project. And as we wait, can the Community One Health volunteers just stand up for recognition for those of us who may have missed them? These are the people driving the model. They are the people on the ground. So we appreciate you and recognize you, and these efforts would not be possible without you. So thank you very much. Before even I begin, you can have your seats. So we are talking about the Community One Health model. We know that this came out of the gap to have really Community One Health taken to the very grassroots, and that's where the actual events or where events start to unfold before they come up. And we have been collecting data for the past close to 7 months. It's quite a short period of time with a lot of data, and we are trying to see if there's any potential. And my work these few minutes is how this information is helping to transform communities by encouraging our communities to be able to report what they see. And I'm personally going to try to show you that there is actually a potential for this data, and it can be useful in very many ways. So basically, I'm demonstrating the capability of the data collected by the cause for policy, for planning, for public health programs, and any other thing that we could find useful. So the construct of the model stems from the very grassroots. So we are having data collected from the households by the cause. They make rounds to the households, and they collect household data at that level. And they are also questions specific to the community that they help obtain data about. And at the district and conservation area, we are able to make inferences. So we are able to have precise and layered intervention across the strata of the construct of our model. That is that. So when we set out, we didn't know how responsive the model would be. So this slide is demonstrating the responsiveness of the model, of the cause, to be able to pass on information. And this data shows, so in blue we have surveillance data, and orange is the detection data. And we are seeing that most of our coves are able to transmit information same day, or at most majority of the data is transmitted within 3 days. And regardless whether it's surveillance or detection, it shows that there is a willingness for these for the cause to report, because it's important. And this data can still be useful in strengthening zoonotic disease surveillance. And we are here because of zoonotic diseases and why they are important in our communities. Dr. JJ alluded earlier to the constant and more frequent emergence of Rift Valley fever, CCHF, to mention but a few. So using the data we have, we are able to tease out questions or data that may be important for specific things like zoonotic diseases. And we are able, for example, to analyze the seasons when communities are reporting when the animals are sick the most or most often. And also you can tease out specific symptoms that they are usually reporting, because that would be like the red flags for them. And we are able to see this across conservation areas. And where is that pointer? So, for instance, you realize that in Bwindi and Queen, they reported that their animals were mostly sick during the wet season. But for Maxion, the reverse is true. They are reporting most sick animals within the wet season. So that raises a question to the people interested in strengthening zoonotic diseases, which season to target the most. For example, if in Maxion they are seeing most of the abortions in the wet season, you would want to go there during that season compared to when you would choose to go to a place like Bwindi. And it can trigger a lot of different questions for whoever and for whichever reason you may want to diversify into. And also we could learn where the actual risk for zoonotic diseases may lie. For instance, when you ask a question like who takes care of the animals in the household, for example, a species like dogs, you see that children and their fathers or husbands are taking care of the dogs most. And we could hypothesize or say that rabies exposure is most likely to be in children and men compared to the wives or the mothers. And at the same time, if you looked at the category for wives, they are reporting that more women are taking care of the pigs. So if we have any swine-derived zoonotic diseases, you may think women may be more exposed than probably the children. And that's how important that information can be in strengthening zoonotic diseases surveillance or interventions. Then, for example, we have a question there, animals that are about to die or dead, or handling of aborted material, and you find options like they're either buried, they're either sold, eaten, or fed to dogs or pigs. And you realize that 31% of the animals, if a farmer realizes that the animals are sick, they're going to prefer to sell them off before they actually die. Or if you have aborted material, they may feed that to the dogs. So the cycle and the very many factors, the animal movement during that period when animals are sick and we do not know what they are suffering from, all those are potential risk factors, drivers for specific diseases. And that is how this data can trigger us to think what we need to do. So other than the zoonotic diseases, it can be used by policymakers, people in the line of programs to tailor best their intervention models. I picked this one out because you realize that from this graph, this is forestry, and very few people are involved in agroforestry. We know that a lot of vegetation cover in terms of forest cover has been lost, and in a very drastic manner. But you also realize that at the same time, We have a lot of people involved in crop farming here. So for a person in a programmatic point of view, in interest of reversing the rapid loss of vegetation cover, you could design interventions to do with agroforestry, but in line with the targeting the people who are already doing crop farming. There is what they call syntropic agriculture. We can search about that, and it's a model being developed to rejuvenate ecosystems and bring back diversity and try to salvage what is left within the ecosystems. So that could be very important by looking at the data that is coming from the communities. And so we have this question of presence of functional clean toilet and vis-a-vis having functional hand wash facility. So you realize that yes, many people have toilets, but few have functional hand wash facilities. So for people implementing wash programs, you can take this down further to conservation area, to villages, and even to households to better intervene. So we have looked at the importance of this data, how it can be used to define the risk, and strengthen zoonotic disease intervention or surveillance, but also at the same time, this other COV data can be a source for data enrichment. We know that, for example, there is the bit of the ecological modeling. The COV data and the observations can be linked or added to or used to supplement, or the very data can be supplemented by other sources to create value. For example, this was taken from Google Earth, and using Google Earth, you can draw the elevation point for different conservation area. This is an elevation graph between Ambarara, which is in Lake Mburo Conservation Area, and this is another map for Kasese in Kasese, which is Queen Elizabeth National Park, in relation to the Maction Falls. And you realize that the difference between Maction Falls in relation to Queen Elizabeth and the Mburo area is the issue of elevation. And from, I think, batteries. So to the extreme left, that is Mbarara, then Chikube. So the Maction Falls area is at a lower elevation in respect to the other conservation areas. And that has a thing to do with the catchment of the waters and after the rainy season, and it could have associated risk factors for Rift Valley fever and other diseases that could be facilitated by vectors. And also you can use other sites like the climate knowledge from World Bank to be able to get precipitation, data and humidity conditions over a period of time. And this all can be used to strengthen data and to try to explain why things are the way they are. So without further ado, thank you.
Yes, let's give a better hand clap for her. She has really tickled our data use in this area for the policy makers, for the public health interventions. I think even for exposure risks, we can relate. Any questions for Gladys? Yes. 1, 2. We have another mic. There's a hand there. Then
thank you very much, Gladys, for that wonderful presentation. My question is on that slide that had abortions in the animals in Maction, is it? Just wanted to know, was there even distribution of abortions in all the animal population, or it was a specific kind of population, animal that was recorded to have those abortions?
There's another one in front here for Professor.
Thanks so much, Gladys. It's fabulous to see these data, and I think really thought-provoking in terms of you're stimulating us to think how we can use what we have and look across our internal different data sets, but also externally as well. So thank you for that. My question is actually from the very beginning of your presentation. You talked about the response time of the COVs, and really impressive to see how quickly they're reporting. I wonder if you have the same data in terms of what happened after that, like what's the response time back to the communities, and maybe even some case studies of the types of issues that have been reported, and then what the response and resolution looks like. I think that will help us really understand the entirety of the model and its functionality. Thank you.
Okay, it's okay. You have a question? Okay, let's respond to that. Then we have our last person.
Okay.
And
yeah, thank you. So for the observation of abortions, so I gave you like an aggregate, but the abortions were specifically observed in livestock. I haven't been able to show you in which species, but we can, because in the data set they ask per species, if it's cattle, if it's pigs, or things like that. So we can go further down and be able to find out in which species are the abortions being reported. Yeah? Then, Laura's question, response time. Yes, the communities are responding. So what are we doing about that? I think the issue of response is beyond the project, because when the information, for example, comes in for livestock, it's supposed to go to the stakeholder responsible for managing of livestock or animal health in the country. And if it's an issue with the human health, then there's the appropriate authority. So I think I cannot answer that right now, but we are trying to provide information in a timely manner to the people who are supposed to do the response. How they'll respond, I can't comment.
Okay, thank you very much. The model has not been completed. We have the forward movement so far. What we want is that when this information gets to the center, they take it back to the district, and the district is supposed to respond. Most often the district will tell us they don't have the capacity to respond. And unfortunately, the program does not have the facilitation for the district to respond. The district is supposed to be having a surveillance group that is supposed to go and respond. And this normally does not occur. It normally occurs only in human situations, especially where the human situation involves some kind of death. That is when they will go back. If it is within animals, if it is within communities, normally they don't go down to respond, but that is what we would like. For example, these so many abortions, that would probably mean it is Rift Valley fever. You would expect that Rift Valley fever, the animals would be aborting. And where you see so many abortions, that would mean probably Rift Valley fever is going on. Stephen and Luke probably would be very much interested in that kind of data, because where there are so many abortions, then they go in to go and do some kind of work there. But unfortunately, again, that has got to come from the district when they say, yes, we have gone and found out that actually these abortions are occurring. Because one of the things they have to do is to ascertain that the information is right, but at the same time be able to do the diagnosis. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Gladys, thank you so much. I think when you look at our model, our model really tries to work within the systems we have. Ideally, I remember part of the stakeholders, they were the DHOs, the district veterinary officers. Then I'm sure at one particular time you'll have these people and sharing the information with them. So lastly, we have Teddy. Teddy, you have a few minutes. You know, at this time, the glucose level of many people is getting low. But before we break for lunch, we'll have a group photograph in front. Then we'll break off for lunch, okay? Yes.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Teddy Namaga from the data department, and I'm going to present to you so far the data we have received from the COVs, how it flows. Okay, as the presentation comes, let me give you a brief on how data comes to this side. Data comes from the COVs. They collect it, they record it in their logbooks. After recording it from their logbooks, they upload it in an app we use on a tablet or in a smartphone. The app is called Kobo Collect. So when they submit it, it comes this side and we receive it in summaries. We receive what they have recorded in the logbooks. From there, we transfer it to our database where we Okay, when it comes from the Kobo, it is stored on our database, and after we transfer it to different softwares or applications where it is cleaned and transferred to Power BI, where it is ready, where we are going to be able to present it to you on our dashboard, as you will see later in the presentation. I'm supposed to use, it is not yet. So when it reaches the sorry for this. we have to share the data via the dashboard. That is why the screen is not playing. I have to share my screen here for live view of the data. So from the Power BI, we create the dashboards. People have, I had Rola asking about the way we are going to get back to the community. From the dashboard, we shall be able to go back to the community with some clean data we can present. So the types of data we are collecting, we have 3 forms of data. We have the surveillance data, which is always ongoing. After 3 months, COVs are supposed to go to the same household where they went to collect data on how it has been going, what has happened in the area, and whatsoever. Then the detection. The detection has 2 sides. We have the human side and the animal side. So we are collecting data according to what is happening in the humans, what is happening in the livestock. So in this detection, they are reporting unusual things that are happening, not necessarily outbreaks, but whatever unusual they are seeing, they are reporting it. And this reporting is usually done, we take it as a detection in 3 days reporting. If the person collected data in, let me say, on Sunday and submits the next Sunday, that ceases to be a detection, because if it is really a detection, by the time we send there people who are responsible or we report to the responsible stakeholders, it will cease to be a detection. It might have, let me say, if you look at an animal or cattle, there is something happening in the cattle, unusual happening. You report after 7 days. By the time the veterinarian reaches there, he may not be able to collect what can be useful to him to help the community. So detection has a lifespan that after 3 days, if you do not report, that ceases to be a detection. We are collecting village characteristics. We heard Professor Nigel talking about the characteristics of the villages. It helps us to see if there are very many houses built with mud, if the community has no toilets, the kind of living the community is having can lead to the cause or to the harboring of different vectors. So we are collecting this information to help us assess that in this kind of area, there are more houses with the shiringos, they are built with woods, they are potential harbors of ticks and some other vectors. So this data will help us to understand the social ecology, resistance and adaptability of the model we are using. So what is the hierarchy of the data we are collecting? We have data basing, we are looking at the data according to the date and the time of reporting. We have days, we have weeks, we have months, and we have quarters. In our chart, the COVS model, we saw that we are supposed to do reportings to the consortium members or the stakeholders. So every after 3 months, we are supposed to collect, to analyze that data and give back to or to summarize it and give it to the consortium members or the stakeholders. But it hasn't been done because of what Massey has presented, those challenges. Because we have seen some, before in the first quarter, we saw some anomalies in the data that was being collected. So we were doing the cleaning part. We cleaned the data such that we can only submit that what is really necessary to the stakeholders. Because we had some rows where we had people reporting that in a household there are 1,126 people. On different occasions, you would find 80. So those abnormalities, we had to work on them. We will find someone submitting detection data, and you find someone has taken a photo of mud, reporting it as a detection. So if we just give out the data like that, we shall be sharing meaningless data. So we apologize to the stakeholders for that delay, but data is on its way coming, and we know it will be useful to you. So in the hierarchy still we have study areas. We started from conservation areas, we have districts, we have satellite research sites, we have villages. Why are we collecting this data in this hierarchy? We are trying to assess the relationship in the space according what is happening in Maction Falls Conservation Area, what is happening in Bindi. Is there any interconnection in the data? Is what really happening in Maction happening in Bindi? So for particular things, it helps us. Thank you, Joseph and the team. So it helps us to really put an interface of the data and the areas where we are collecting data to make it more meaningful. Let us go to the next slide. So from there, the dashboard I was talking about is looking like that. There is someone who asked about the abortion, whether it is in animals, which kind of animals, is it cattle or goats? From that dashboard, you can play with the data and get all the information you want. Whether the signs not still on animals, was it on cows, was it on pigs or dogs? Which carries a bigger percentage on the other? What? You can use the dashboard in any way you want. It is work in progress. We are still building it. We are still working on it. So let me try to share the dashboard the way it is, the way you can juggle with it to make the data meaningful to you. Okay, here is my dashboard. Sorry. Here. Okay, that is how the dashboard looks like. That is a live one. You can juggle with the data the way you want. So let me first respond to Stephenie's question of abortion. When you look at the signs on ill animals, what have you will let us look at cattle, which is in blue. So when we look at abortion, you are going to see that cattle has, the sum of cattle that had abortion is 202. We have the percentage, when we go to goats, you find that a sum of 444 had that sign. So what am I trying to mean? That with this dashboard, you can get all the information you need and you use it the way you want it. We can say that the dashboard has all the COHRIE surveillance data at this stage. Only surveillance. As I've said that it is work still in progress. We have not yet uploaded the detection data and we haven't yet uploaded the village characteristics. But very soon it will be done. In this, we have the logbook, COHRIE's logbook. We have the year of collection. This, we have up to 2024. We have conservation areas where we are collecting the data from. We go down to the districts. Then we go to the SRS. Someone will ask me, why don't you have villages? But we are soon going down to the villages such that you can be able to know that in this village this is happening and this. So far the households visited, it is 6,634 households. The number of ticks so far noticed, you see we have 2,562. We have abortion, 1,657. We have households that had animals that had illness or showed illness, according to the questions in the logbook. Those are the responses. We have signs within ill animals. We have signs on dead animals. With this dashboard, you can decide to select any week that I want data for this week. I want data for a full month. You can still select it. You can say that I want to make a comparison. What happened in the dry season and what happened in the wet season according to the climate. You can say that here, July and August and September, there were dry seasons. Let me see what happened there. All the recordings are there. So when we go back to when the project, the model had just started, let us look at the data which came in, the way it came in, what was reported. So in the first month, we had something like that happening. Those are the recordings we got. Let's say July was a dry season. How many abortions did we register? And how many recordings of tick sightings did we register? We go in the next month, let me say September. What was registered? You will find that there is a variance. in the data coming in. In the dry seasons, the recordings are lower than in the wet season. In this dashboard still we shall find all the aspects, all the questions we have in the logbook. We can find them here, and still we can say, let me have a demonstration here. Like, do people know? Are they aware of the diseases the diseases we are working on, or the happening of diseases in that area? You will select the disease, and if people have ever heard of this surface. When you look at it, it will give you a summary. You see brucellosis, we have 4,211 with a no. We have 2,575 as yes. We have no 5,548 and yes 995. Rift Valley fever, no 4,791 and yes 1,846. Where does this drive us? It means we still need to do more sensitization about these diseases in the community, such that people can get more awareness about the existence of these diseases, and it will help the community on any outbreak in case it happens. So the dashboard, that is how it looks like. That is how the detection data will come out in case we finish. That is how the community characteristics will appear, and we will use the data the way we want, and we will be in position to share it with the consortium members to use the data the way they would wish to use it. So from there we are going to look at the detection data. What have we so far collected? Out of 100, we have collected 1.8% detections and 98.2% detection. But however, in this 1.8, don't forget about the anomalies that I've said people are reporting. We look at the livestock's symptoms. What have we found in the livestock? So far, you are seeing that bleeding is one of the highest symptoms seen on livestock. Why you would say what would you term as detection? We said that we are collecting this data, especially the detection data, as syndromes. We are collecting syndromes or symptoms. We are not directing, because before we were directing the people, have you heard of this disease? And people would just tick, especially the COHRIE. Yeah? The COHRIE would just tick because they know that COHRIE Uganda is working on CCHF, RVF, ignoring other diseases, so we couldn't get the exact information from them. So as Professor Nigel has said, this has been a project of intervention, of looking at the model. What have we left out? How can we do? We assess ourselves. So after the assessment, we had to change the way we are collecting the detection data from disease to syndromes, such that people can report only symptoms. So from the symptoms, we engage the responsible people to do what they are supposed to do. Let us look at the humans. What signs are we seeing in the humans? You will see still bleeding, Sorry? Okay. I didn't know that you're not seeing what I'm presenting, sorry. So in the part of the humans, still we had the symptoms of what is happening. What unusual thing are they reporting? Then that is how the data comes in. That is so far the data we have collected. Anyone who would wish to go more or to deep dig in the data we have, we are there, the data team, to help you. Thank you.
A better hand clap for Teddy. I know, ideally she really struggled. Data is everything. There's a lot of data we have collected, and we need to utilize it. And we need to see how best we do it. But we have to really remember, if there's bad data in, it's garbage out as well. But let's hope the best was done. I thought you have something small to present? Okay, please, 1 minute. We are really time bad. We need to break off for lunch for something like 30 minutes. I don't know if it will work. Then we come back for the last session. But before we go for lunch, we need a group photograph. Then we break off and then come back later. Please, Joseph, 1 minute.
Yes, good before lunch, colleagues. I just want to add a little flavor to what Teddy has presented, and then we go for lunch. You saw the last dashboard she presented. We had some different colors on the gauges. We expect that maybe later on we shall, the experts from here will help us define some of those thresholds so that it is more meaningful than the way it is. However, that aside, I am trying to look at the same COHRIE model, but in a way we would like to share this information. One of the things that we began with, the genesis, it was so simplified for everyone to understand in that form of, Denison likes calling it a cartoon, but it is just emphasizing what we already seen, that information is coming in from the field, the COHRIE, and then going into either detection or surveillance, and then ends up in a dashboard. So the same, Doctor handled this very well. We won't take a lot of time on that. And this has also been mentioned, the hierarchy and the divisions of the data. So other dashboards, like the one of detection that you're seeing here, is kind of interactive, but as you notice, the team is not so very, it is small, but not so small, and also has a varied number of skills, but the requirements are that to get to this level of interactive dashboards, you really have to have a multitude of team members with many skills. For instance, here we can see that the detections are quite small. What am I touching? Yeah, we see that from the data sets, the detections are about less than 2% of the whole data set that comes in from the COHRIE, and the majority is under surveillance. The beauty of the way of this interacting with this kind of data is showing you that as you kind of zoom in, we expect some of the numbers to change a bit, showing you the number of surveilled cases and also those that under detection. I'm not going to go into the details of what is where, but you can see from the small dashboard here, we have the map on the left-hand side, and then some graphs on the right, and some, what are these, indicators? Yeah. So in some areas you see there are some black dots, which indicates that here, if I can maybe show the legend, it shows you that you have some contact with some wildlife. So this is kind of informative, and this helps us to do, you had a colleague mention of data enrichment. So if you overlay some of this information with different layers, for instance here, oh, the screen is not showing what I think it should, but it is trying to, it seems to be stuck on that side, yeah? But anyway, we are saying that you can add other layers, for instance, the national parks. Okay, it has come. And now you can see that the overlay, unfortunately I didn't put a legend here, but what is critical here, the red color is showing where we have lost some trees. So if you overlay this with the data we saw from the coves, unfortunately I'm not seeing this, sorry. Yeah, okay. If you overlay this from the data with the coves, you see as you zoom in, more information comes in, is visible. And you can also interact with it and see whatever is within the map. So unfortunately, what I see here is not what is on the screen. But ideally, there are four types of data sets. We have the loss of trees, we have the data that was captured by the coves, and also the research data, like colleagues have mentioned, the information from livestock, human, the households visited, is all overlaid, and we can also add other things like rainfall, either seasonally or by month or days, and then we can see the interactiveness of this information and how it can inform policy. Like I had the Dr. Moses Mwanga say that we have to put everyone on board. So even the climatologists, ecologists, we can all have that in one place. So as I move forward, though we have been challenged by technology, we still have a few gaps which colleagues have mentioned, and we intend to do a lot after today. We need to engage into how we shall disseminate some of this information with the policymakers, of course, and other key stakeholders, and also report back to the community where this data came from. And yeah, there is a lot of opportunity in the areas of automating some of the analysis. Since we are in a data and information age, we want to do a lot of automation so that it can ease our reporting, but also help us in triggering some of these alerts. And then another opportunity is in the area, like Nigel I think pointed out, there's a lot of potential in the modeling and scenario building, both for spatial and then temporal analysis, again in the weather areas, and also ecological, land use changes. So, and we see how all this informs the diseases. Then, yeah, one big task is the definition of these triggers and thresholds. How many abortions should we consider to be a trigger or a threshold that should be communicated, or the community communicate as we are in danger, or the policymaker says this should be, cause some response. And again, some challenges, like other members have mentioned, unlike them, specific to data, we saw Excel, we saw SQL, that is databases. Then we have people in the team who are good in R, others are using Stata. So we have a lot of skills needed to do some very good competent analysis and make informed decisions out of the data. Then another challenge, which I think we shall also talk about later, some of the softwares are licensed, and we need to sustainability, subscription every year to maintain them so that we can still produce similar works, or even better, as we also build capacity in-house. one challenge that turned out to be an advantage is the team is also diverse, is across the globe. So as some of us are retiring like going out of office in the evening, other colleagues still in Canada are waking up to continue with some analysis. So the following day in the morning, you wake up and you have something beautiful to present to a gathering like this one. So with that, I would like to acknowledge all the consortium members and everyone that made it to this day. Thank you very much. And I think because of the time in the abdomen, I think we qualify for lunch. Any questions?
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's give the entire team a very big hand clap. Marcy, Gladys, Teddy, and Joseph, thank you so much. That was really exciting. We are going to break off for lunch. It's already 2:35. We still have 2 presentations after lunch. Then we break off for the day. In the afternoon, we have exciting presentations. The social, cultural factors related to this. And then M&E. Afterwards, break off for lunch. But before we break off, can we hurry and just assemble here for a group photograph? And then we break off for lunch. Please, let's hurry. Just stand here. Who is responsible for taking the photos? Then we break off for lunch. Some will be up, then others will stand at the front. The tall ones can stand in front, then the short ones can be behind. Okay. Have you here, please, let's be there. Be in the photo, eh? Pro, can we come at the front? You don't need to be very far. Make sure you are seen. Okay, who is the photographer?
Teddy, please.
Teddy, are we seen? Are we all visible?
Teddy and others.
Can you see everybody?
Teddy,
Okay.
make sure you are in the photo.
Smile. At least say 1, 2, 3, then we go. So we are breaking lunch by 5 minutes past 3. We should be here.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. let me first. A video. So, I was saying, two, three, for COHRIE. Okay, then I think that's. But let me first. Baby, but African Development Bank. You both take me. A video. A video. Yes. Oh. No, me and you is shorter. let me go and take a photo when I'm pausing.
Adrian.
Welcome back from lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from lunch. As we settle in, we are going into the next half of the day so that we can summarize our discussions for the day. And I've been advised that the two sessions that we are going to have are broken down into two. One, which comes at the tail end, summarizes all the presentations that we have been having. Basically, it's going to be about monitoring and evaluation, what is in for us, what have we been doing. But before that, we are going to engage the social science bit. And we know how instrumental social sciences are in terms of trying to make public health collaborations, public health work easy. Because they involve a lot of community penetration, all these things that we do happen in the community. So if we don't understand the communities where we are working, if we don't understand how we penetrate the communities, if we don't understand what is it that we do in the communities when we get there, then we are bound not to have a lot of work, and probably the success levels are going to be below. So for this particular project, from the social science side, we have my brother Collins, who's going to take us through gender and exposure to zoonoses in communities within the wildlife conservation areas of Uganda. And then we shall have Sally. Sally, are you here? He's coming, okay. Sally is also going to tell us about the performance of social science package. And then lastly, we shall have Laura, who is going to be telling us about the One Health policies. And I would request that for Laura's presentation, we all pay particular attention to what she's going to say, because all the things we are doing here are feeding into the policy. And some of us, that is where we have interest, because we want to make sure that we change policy and we see how we can advise. So Dr. Collins, you have, I think, 10 minutes have been advised. You can start, and then we will get to Sally.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Musa, and welcome back from the lunch break. And hopefully all the sugar levels are high, so that we're able to delve into the next session, where we're presenting our preliminary results from the social science. So I'm Collins Agaba, and I'll be taking you through this. So I invite you to be part of this presentation. As Musa already alluded to, we are drafting a paper from our qualitative studies, which is looking at gender and exposure to zoonotic infections in communities within wildlife conservation areas of Uganda. And I put a caveat that this is unpublished work, so please do not quote, since we are still digging into the data to get more insights into exposure dynamics. So as a way of introduction, we know that gender norms, including power dynamics, household roles and responsibilities, and control over resources, can impact pathways and frequencies of exposure and transmission and access to healthcare and information for prevention and treatment. When we talk about gender, we're looking at the relationship between what men do and what women do. So it's not about the sex per se, the biological sex. So it's about the roles. And the roles that different people perform, actually, in terms of the three diseases of our interest, have the different ways or the different pathways in terms of how people face risks and how they're exposed. From the data, from our data, we see that for both women and men, the gender roles create varying odds or likelihood of exposure to zoonotic infections. necessitating the need to examine these gendered risks to inform prevention and mitigation measures. If you can understand how exposures happen coming out of the different activities that they engage in, then we are able to tailor our interventions accordingly. So in our study, we said we're utilizing a One Health approach. We examined the interaction between people, domestic animals and wildlife, and the natural environment to investigate potential exposure pathways for zoonotic infections from a gendered perspective. The zoonotics of infection of interest are the brucellosis, Crimean Congo, hemorrhagic fever, and Rift Valley fever. Pardon me if I use the abbreviations moving forward. So in terms of methodology, I should say that we leveraged on the quantitative study design, which was a cross-sectional sequential, and we actually did our selection of participants from the satellite research sites that had actually been selected. So that's why we picked our participants. So in terms of setting, we covered 6 conservation areas, which is Queen, Lake Mburo, Bwino Mugahinga, Machel Falls, Kidepo Valley, and Pianupe conservation areas. These are the areas that are actually defined as those with the highest human, livestock, and wildlife interaction. In terms of methods, we did use a host of methods, and namely we did conduct focus group discussions with community members, key informant interviews, specifically for the district level technocrats and politicians. And also, alongside this, we did some observations as we moved into across the fields to supplement what we are picking from these different audiences. What was our sample like? For FGDs, or focus group discussions, we aimed at conducting an average of 5 FGDs per conservation area. So that gave us 35 FGDs from 22. So these are purposively selected depending on the peculiarities within those areas, specifically like livelihoods or occupations, the different gender, or men, women, girls and boys, and all these were targeting those 18 years and above. We also did key informant interviews, and we were taking about 5 informants per district. In total, we did 15 districts, and when I say an average of 5, so some districts wouldn't raise the number, and then the others would even go beyond that target number. In terms of data collection, we utilized focus group discussions and key informant interview guides, and all this was supported by an experienced team of social scientists that we identified who had some good experience in terms of collecting social science data. The interviews that we did were audio recorded because we didn't want to lose out any data while you're conducting these interviews. You know, it takes time when you are conducting these interviews or discussions. And in all these, ethical considerations were key. So whoever participated in our interviews or discussions were actually consulted prior to participation. So we actually had to go through the informed consent form, which they later on signed as to confirm that they actually volunteered to participate. Our study was cleared by an accredited UVRI Institutional Review Board, and also registered with the National Council of Science and Technology. In terms of data management, the data that we collected, remember, we did it in the local languages, and transcription actually followed data collection from the field, where we had to translate now from the local language back to English. So the transcription was verbatim. Following subsequent to transcription, we did look through the transcripts to understand the data that was coming through, and were able to identify some key highlights in terms of themes that enabled us again now to agree on how we're going to code. So this was, the code book was designed and discussed by a team both in Uganda and with support also from USC and the London School, that is Professor Janet, to be able to agree that these are the codes that the code book that can guide us in terms of coding the data. We did coding in NVivo, and this was done in two teams independently, one at the COHRIE project and another one at USC, to make sure that what we are coding we are actually agreeing, and where I would identify any new themes coming up, they would flag them out, and we discuss and agree that actually this can be coded alongside what we had agreed before. Following the coding, we did conduct analytic analysis where we came up with memos and assigned them to different groups to actually go through the same coded data and try to understand the data and making sense out of that coded data. We did thematic analysis because we remember we are coding alongside the themes, and therefore these themes are arranged aligned to the study objectives. In terms of, I wouldn't say demographic characteristics results, but to show you how the summary of our participants are by conservation areas, I did mention that we did the 35 focus group discussions, and for this we were able to interact with 312 participants, only for focus group discussions, which on average is 6 to 12 participants. So don't divide this by 35 and say I should get 12 as an exact number. So the number varies according to that range. By way of gender, because our objective is actually looking at the gender and other drivers of the infections. So of these, 168 were female. And for the key informants, where we did conduct 67 key informant interviews, 57 of these were actually male. Now looking at the key highlights from our results for this paper, we looked at what exposes women to zoonotic infections. And the key highlights from this theme are that women, the primary role of women were actually described as domestic, and this also relates to how our society is the hierarchy, or what is described by our society, that women are more to do with the domestic chores, and our results did indicate that in terms of what the participants were describing, the roles that women play are actually more linked to the home. And the activities that were noted include things like food preparation, child care, and nurturing, and gardening. These stood out prominently. These roles were consistent across the conservation areas. Within the 4 out of the 6, they would mention these were standing out, came out strongly. And there were similarities and yet also differences in how these activities are performed. These gendered activities actually shape exposure pathways, like the way, in the previous slide, what I had already alluded to, that the activity is actually the ones that shape the exposure to infections. Still on women and exposure, there's this sub-theme coming out of our data that describes the eating habits, where it came out that there's a tendency we practice to eat raw meat or half-cooked meat, and this came across mostly in the Karamoja region and in some of the communities where we have the hunting communities and the poachers, that actually where this came out, that there were differences in this in terms of what people described. For example, in Kidepo Valley, and Pianupe, eating raw meat was associated with cultural ceremonies. And in the other study sites, this was more to do with the cooking processes. If somebody is out there hunting, I don't think somebody has all the time to go and cook this meat. If they are hungry, they will just roast this meat, even if it's not yet ready. Because they are hungry, they will eat it. Then also, in some of the discussions, it came out that mothers have a tendency to carry their young children on the laps as they cook. This is common. If you look at the young ones at home, they would want to be close to their moms, and when somebody is cooking, then is that temptation to ask for food. So one of the participants had this to say that eating raw meat is as a result of bringing the child close to fire. When maybe the meat is not ready and she cries for it, and they give her the meat, sometimes it can result in her getting that disease called brucellosis. You realize that in most of the voices coming out, brucella and brucellosis, they would mention brucella and brucellosis, interchangeably. It came out strongly in most of the discussions, and we were discussing this and thinking, could this be the way the disease has been publicized in terms of interventions? Is it the way how it is being diagnosed down at the health center levels, down in the sub-counties or district level? So in most of the discussions, this was being mentioned as one of the exposure risks and people getting infected. The other and also sub-theme is the consuming raw milk or ghee and ghee products. This also came out because remember our study is in the cattle keeping communities, and the milk is a big ingredient as part of the menu. So related to this, these are key highlights on that, and we have this as that cultural beliefs are related to women consuming raw milk came out strongly. For example, the farmers in Kidepo Valley described that women are not allowed to have hot or boiled drinks during certain circumstances, and they mention about when, for example, they are sick or immediately after birth, they are given raw milk during these times, but they wouldn't explain why they give such. But it's something that they consider these people should be given. In the Bwindi, Mugahinga, women and children were described as heavy drinkers of raw milk. So you can see it cuts across gender and also age specific. Still on women and exposure, there's also an issue of exposure to mosquitoes and tick bites. Remember, these are participants from conservation areas, and some practice farming and grazing animals in the field. And some of the highlights on this include that participants describe differences in exposure risks as they relate to gender roles and region. So you'll find that women, in terms of what they do, for example, where they mentioned that they go into the field to collect firewood, to fetch water and building materials, for example, like in Karamoja, was seen as an exposure risk. In Bwindi, this was not mentioned in terms of roles. In Kidepo, for example, this is one of the voices that actually alludes to these findings, that it's usually the girls who collect firewood for the household, and they do this in the bushes where livestock and wildlife graze. So during the process of fetching this firewood, it exposes them to several risks of catching diseases through animal tick bites and insects in the bushes, since this is the place where the ticks and mosquitoes stay. As expected, these are areas occupied by these vectors, and in so doing, in terms of what they do, they're exposed to the bites. We are talking about gender, and also this relates to men and exposure. And we see that in all regions, Gender roles for men and boys expose them to various zoonotic diseases. So what men do actually defines the exposure dynamics. That most of the male-specific exposures relate to various types of labor performed outside the home. Remember in the previous slide, as I said, the women were described as their work relates to the household or near home. For men, it's more to do with work outside the home. In some of the communities, in some of the regions, for example, Karamoja, where culture is still strong, the cultural rituals surrounding manhood also result in exposures, and we shall have an example that describes that. Then also that the hunting and fishing that is done by most of the communities along the lakes, like Albert or Edward, this is also exposes them to risk of being bitten by mosquitoes and ticks. So this is how this is defined in terms of exposure, and it relates to the roles that they do, activities, which are grouped as clearing bush or cultivating land and collecting building materials, where these exposure risks are high. That in all the regions, participants described how the roles of men in clearing bush, digging, or cultivating land, or collecting building materials from the parks expose these people to disease through ticks and mosquito bites. In Bwindi, Keka, Murchison Falls, and Pianupe, we noted that boys also participate in these activities. In Kidepo Valley, participants described the transmission of CCHF from ticks that transfer from the oxen to men while plowing the fields. It's in Karamoja where we actually interfaced with these type of animals, the camels and all that. In Murchison Falls, also farmers described that when digging in the garden, they do not wear mosquito nets. You know, we're asking about how likely what they engage in, whether there are risks, and they say they don't go with nets in the garden, so the chances are that if there are mosquitoes, then they will be bitten by those mosquitoes. Remember, they go in early, and therefore there are chances of being bitten by mosquitoes. In Lake Mburo, Onachivara and Kidepo, Pianupa and Murchison, collecting wood or building materials for construction was linked to tick and mosquito bites from being out in the bush. And this is reflected in one of the voices from the male farmer participants. We interact with male farmers. So the role of men is always to look for construction poles and also fetching building materials. This role and responsibility affects their ability to engage in preventive and curative healthcare interventions for the three diseases, mostly the CCHF and Rift Valley fever. Because men tend to move long distances in the forest to look for these poles, and in the process, a tick or a mosquito can bite this particular individual. So that's the risk on how it was being described. We also have a theme on tending to and slaughtering livestock as a key activity by men. And in this, the highlights are that tending to livestock is primarily the responsibility of boys and men. And we see this even during our field trips, that you would only meet boys or men tending to the animals. The livestock-related activities included grazing, cattle and goats, assisting cows in giving birth, milking, slaughtering and handling raw meat, cleaning and treating livestock for diseases. These roles, therefore, are gender and age-specific and show regional differences on how these were being described by the different groups in the different communities. So we also have an issue, an area where we have hunting and fishing as one key area. And in Bwindi, Kidepo, Pianupa, and Murchison, hunting is an activity specific to men that results in exposure to zoonotic pathogens, that men slaughter and consume raw wild animal meat while in the bush. In Buindi, a key informant described that when men go out to poach, they look for weak animals, often the sick, and are exposed to disease from infected animals. And this is reflected in some of these voices, that poachers and herdsmen are also exposed to disease because they have contact with animals most of the time, and even during their activity of poaching and grazing, they do consume half-cooked meat from the bush, since they don't have enough time to cook food very well. This was one of the crop farmers in Kidepo. From Mburo, this guy said that I think the group of men is the one that is quickly affected by this disease. For example, like us, the fishermen, mosquitoes find us at the shores. So, they always go there early in the morning to pick the fish, and that way, that's one of the risks of exposure. I mentioned about cultural practices surrounding initiation into manhood, and this is common in Karamoja. So participants from Kidepo Valley and Pianupe described men's exposure to disease through consumption of raw meat and blood as part of a cultural practice for initiation into manhood. These ceremonies involve males of various ages, as men and boys, and community elders are described as partaking in these practices. So this is when boys mature into adulthood and they have to go through this practice. So one of the voices describes this and how it happens, that about men in regards to cultural belief, like in Napore here, Napore I think is in Karenga, something like that. They say that if you reach 40 years and you have not gone to shrines, initiation to manhood, mostly by the elders, to eat that raw meat, that you are not a real man. So they say it's a mandate, you have to go, I think, and eat that, and the meat you are supposed to eat there is not the cooked meat, but the raw meat. Even if you know that if I do this, I will get the disease, there is no way you will prevent yourself from getting that disease, because the boys are excited to be considered the mature boys in that community, and therefore they have to partake. As I wind up, I said this is work in progress, and I pose that looking at the key highlights from our results, the question would be, what are the implications of these results as we move forward in terms of prevention and management interventions? Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. We are going to do things differently this time. Let us have the 3 presentations. Please note down the questions, and then we will ask at the end, because the discussions might be cross-cutting. So Sally, please come as Laura also gets ready. I'm told that you have 5 minutes. Sally, I don't know whether you need more time. 5 are enough for you? Okay. Social science results are usually very interesting. If you don't go to is it Atapan? The shrines, then you're not what? Very interesting things. And they have given you the raw meat there. So if you don't eat it, still you're not culture and societies. So, Sally.
Greetings, everybody. I'm seeing digestion is beginning to take its course. But I will try to be as fast as possible. So this was supposed to be the icebreaker as far as the social science work is concerned. But nevertheless, you can try to connect the dots. So I'm giving an update on the social science component. Oh, it's not displayed. So as they are trying, oh, fine, it's there. So we know social science component has been a pivot point as far as surveillance, prevention, and control of neglected zoonotic disease is concerned, and that's why it is a big aspect in this project, because it devotes on understanding different societies and how they interact and the relationships that are in there. So the social science component, I would like to recognize all the teams that have been the social science component. Please, a hand up. Wow, that's great. Thanks very much. Technology is bullying me, eh? So the social science work package basically looks at the objective, specific objective 3 of the COHRIE project, and this was built upon gathering information on local communities, understanding the 3 diseases, that is CCHF, RVF, and brucellosis, beliefs on root drivers, local constructions of gender and other social inequalities, etc., and indicators of community resilience. So the key activities that have been accomplished by the social science component, up to date, we've had mobilization and community engagements, household mapping, we've had CAP surveys and qualitative interviews carried out, national level interviews, engagement with districts, NGOs and leadership, desk review of available One Health policies and laws, social science data management, and the COVS model implementation. So when we talk about community engagement, this is an exercise that all consortium teams participated in, though the spearheading department was the social science. So mobilization and community began all from the national level up to the lowest level of the community. We make sure that they are all involved. And for the social science team, it strengthened, it took much emphasis from the district levels, because a higher level, we believe that there was already that platform of them being engaged. So district levels, they looked at more of the officers that are related to the project, for example, the DVOs, the DHOs, the district natural officers, environmental officers. And then we also emphasized on the technical and the political leadership, because they are very key as far as project implementation is concerned. And then we scaled down further to the sub-counties, where we looked at the LC3s and the sub-county chiefs. Then further to the parishes and the LC1s, were also a key aspect as far as community engagement is concerned. And then from these LC1s and the VHCTs that you've seen, the COVs that are in here, were a key aspect in trying to help community household mobilization, because we needed to identify which people are going to be in the activity. So we're using the LC1s and the VHCTs, or the COVs. So another exercise was mapping exercise, which was looking at how best do we map out given set right research sites, identify eligible households, assign GPS coordinates to households, and inform sample collection. And all this was also looking at identifying potential guides to mobilize for actual data collection. We know for household mapping, there was always a criteria that was followed. We looked at areas that are interfacing the park, and this was evident that there was animal-human livestock interface. We also looked at land use, previous epidemics or outbreaks. Those were among the key aspects that were being emphasized as far as mapping is concerned. Then training of field teams. Field teams, we began with the COHRIE teams, or the social science team, up to the people who implemented the activities to the lowest level. And these were trained on project objectives, introduction to the study protocols. If you realize, a lot of research assistants were carrying big books, and these were consents that had different study protocols. Then they were also being trained on study scope of work, and then the procedures or methodologies of how work should flow, ethical considerations, and then deployment plans. So Dr. Collins has done me justice on this. This is just an overview of the qualitative interview and the CAP study, the CAP survey, whereby we looked so much on the FGDs, focus group discussions, key informants, and then observations. And that is an output summary. FGD is 35, and the number is 312, as he explained. So the CAP survey output summary, as you look, I'll just point out like two. The biggest response was from Pianupe, which is at 23.7%. Yeah, it was one of the most memorable area to work in. As you're working, bullets are flying. At one point, the team was like, no, Sally, take us back. We want to give up from here. And we're like, no, we should continue. So I recommend the teams for this because it was not an easy task, especially for Pianupe. But we pushed, and that's how we have this biggest results from Pianupe. And then for the female and male, of course, female were responding better. They really accepted us. And the males, as usual, you know, there are always strings attached for them to give you information. So for the national level interviews, we looked at key informant interviews, and then our targets were ministries, departments, and agencies, but we also looked at other institutions that were relevant to the activity. So the key interview guide was also utilized as far as this activity was concerned. And then focus was on the One Health policy issues, leadership, funding, among others. So data management, we had both qualitative and quantitative. And on qualitative, we looked at transcription of the data. Actual data at times, some of the data was in local languages, so we had to transcribe and try to create a meaning out of it. Data was coded, and then analysis was done, and some analysis is still going on. And now also manuscript writings. Most of you have been at least included in some of the manuscript writings. Then for the quantitative, we have data cleaning, and data analysis is also still ongoing. So activities, we have the COVS model implementation. This has been well explained by the previous presenters. The social science team coordinated the implementation of the Community One Health volunteers, where each participated in identifying, then training, and of course the ongoing support supervision. And so far we've had 3 support supervisions of the Community One Health volunteers. And they are basically in 4 landscapes. Karamoja region doesn't have the COVS, active COVS, for the reason that was given before. I'm sure Mr. Denson might have touched on that. So this is an ongoing activity that we give them support, technical assistance, and also address some of the challenges that they face within the field. Those are the pictorial representations. If you see Madam Ted in the picture, this is during the trainings, this is during the visit. So, and another planned activities, we are going to conduct a study among active and reformed poachers. Because Dr. Collins, as he was presenting, he pointed out one of the response we got from this is that hunting or bushmeat bushmeat eating or wildlife trade came out also as one of the strongest factor. And realized now, why don't we also try to address this from the root cause? And that's why it has called for a whole survey on reformed and active poachers. And this will be basically, I think this is still under discussion, but I think it's going to be under 4 landscapes: Lake Mburo, Quaker, Marshlands, and Bwindi, because they all have differences and they have special things that we think we can get from each landscape. So the method will be qualitative work and surveys, and this is anticipated to begin just next month, up to April 2024. Then manuscripts writing will still be ongoing, and then the second phase of household, which is the CAPS survey and the qualitative work. Those are the planned activities that are coming ahead of us. So key lessons learned: community engagement, a cornerstone for successful implementation of activities. You've realized that all sectors, all departments have at all times engaged communities. So community engagement is one of the strongest tools that we've had. And then teamwork motivates the team. We've been moving as when the social science team is moving, the blood sample people are also moving, livestock is also moving, and at times it eases work. So this has been one of the greatest issues that motivates our work. So with this presentation, I would love to thank all the consortium partners, because we've been a strong team. You've helped us push to have this as a success. But also I would love to thank this COHRIE team, most especially from the social science, that have been there from the beginning. That is Janet, Laura, Gladys, Kay, Ebenezer, Mercy, Sally, Okech, and the study participants. I remain Sally Ogwal from Conservation Through Public Health, and I bring greetings from Dr. Gladys Kalema, who is a co-PI on this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A big round of applause to him again. You know, during his presentation, he told us that bullets were flying. And I was here thinking that we need to give him another clap because he's too patriotic. You know, the National Council, the National Curriculum Development Center for Uganda has actually changed the curriculum. And they are now teaching patriotism as one of the core courses right from, from primary. So when we see Sally here, who never got that opportunity, being patriotic at that age, we are actually on the same track. So Laura, you missed the bullet that Sally was saying, but you can continue with the conversation. And then those who have questions, just prepare them.
Thank you very much. And I have to say I'm very grateful that I missed the bullets flying. Huge respect to the team who were out and doing the brave work of being in the field and taking on those risks. So I'm hoping there's a PowerPoint that's coming up soon. But what I'm here today to talk about is the legal and policy part of this work. And that's not it. No. They'll get there. And so again, this falls under the social science team because it's using the same qualitative data that Sally has just described that was collected, particularly using a lot of the interviews with policymakers at national level and district level. Oh, we're so close. There we go. So again, thanks to all of the social science team, this is absolutely a team effort. So I'm going to start with a little bit of the context. Was when we set out with this project, we felt that we needed to understand the legal and policy context in Uganda to see if it's supporting One Health actions or if it's creating challenges to One Health actions, so that we could understand how we might try and support it. So we did a desk review of some of the relevant laws and policies, and then, as I just mentioned, we did these semi-structured interviews. And what we really wanted to see was what laws and policies exist, to what extent they're being implemented, whether any shortcomings are due to the lack of laws and policies or shortcomings in implementation, and also to highlight examples of good practice to really say, okay, where is law and policy really helping move this work forward? So this is really the result of the desk review that we did, where we looked at the National One Health Strategic Plan, which positions itself as a coordinating mechanism for activities believed to already be taking place or mandated. I know the plan has now expired, but this has been kind of the guiding document for the One Health work here for a long time. But what we also found was that there is no law or policy that supports or mandates the activity outlined in this strategic plan. Okay, so it refers to the huge range of laws and policies that underpin the strategic plan, from the International Health Regulations to the Uganda Public Health Act, the Animal Diseases Act, Disaster and Preparedness and Management Policy. There are many, right? But I would guess that if I asked you to raise your hand, everybody working in One Health in Uganda, how many of these you've read? It would be few, right? So that means that these documents really aren't guiding the work that you're doing. Also, really importantly, no additional budget was made available for the One Health activities through the strategic plan, because that's not what a strategic plan is for. So it just really asked everybody to restructure their priorities and integrate One Health into what they were doing. Now, I know that there's a regulatory impact assessment that I think is currently underway. It may even be finished now. That's meant to be looking at the need for a policy, but I haven't seen the findings of that, so I can't speak to it, I'm afraid. And then I also know there's a National Action Plan for Health Security that's actually also just expired, but that includes One Health. And so people working in One Health often refer to this National Action Plan, which is absolutely fine, but it's also not a law or a policy, so it doesn't have specific mandates, and it takes a security approach. So the security approach is when people are suddenly in immediate danger, we do something. Whereas One Health is about how do we protect the health of humans, the health of livestock, the health of wild animals, the environment, all of which is ongoing work and much, much broader than just security. So very quickly, some of the initial themes that we found in the interviews, we were looking at some of the strengths and weaknesses, and we really found similarities to the SWOT analysis that was done on the strategic plan. So there were various challenges to implementation, things like insufficient human resources, low levels of community awareness, little coordination between and sometimes within sectors, as well as between the national and district levels. No budget allocation, but also misconceptions about different partners. Like you'd find people in, for example, agriculture saying, no, we don't have budget to do it because all the budget's at the Ministry of Health. And then you go to Ministry of Health and they say, no, we don't have budget to do this. So there's a lack of transparency which may be hindering collaboration in some ways. And also it's very clear that there's still a donor dependence for One Health, which means that priorities can be imposed from the outside if all the funding is coming from the outside. So there are a few key recommendations. I think ensuring clarity about roles and responsibilities is very key, ensuring mechanisms for allocating and distributing funding. community sensitization, and more attention to prevention, not just outbreak response. So we can't always just be reactive. We have to be proactive. We have to go out and make sure that One Health is on everybody's agenda every day. And just before I move on, I want to remind you, these interviews were carried out at the beginning of the COHRIE project, right? So this doesn't reflect anything that's happened in the last 2 years. These were the very preliminary data, but that's what we have to work from right now. So I wanted to focus on some of the challenges, and I'm really looking at this from a policy perspective, not an implementation perspective, not about being in the communities, but really thinking about what the role of policy might be in One Health. And I'm not going to go into all of this, there's a lot of detail here, but just to highlight the 3 main categories of challenges that we found, was the lack of awareness of the different roles, responsibilities, and funding opportunities within One Health, creating challenges around people still working in their silos, and not sharing information as much as we would like. As I've mentioned, inadequate prevention activities, even though there are some laws that direct some elements of prevention, they're not being implemented, partly due to insufficient sensitization, lack of surveillance data, all of these things. And also we found a very wide variation in response to outbreaks across and within sectors and regions. And it wasn't very clear from the data how the One Health strategy was affecting the response levels. And we found, and this came out not from documents but from interviews, that this work is really being seen as being driven by the ministries of health and agriculture. And the roles of UA and to a lesser extent MAIF are not seen as central by many of the stakeholders here, which I think is important, again, when we're trying to balance things. Okay, so why law and policy matter, right? The main successes that we've seen so far, I think, or at least at the baseline when we were doing these interviews, was that there are really good One Health structures that exist in Uganda. There have been periodic meetings, there have been some high-level assessments and guidelines, and all of this is really positive, and we should not forget that. But one of the things that came up was that the main barrier was a lack of law or policy that mandates implementation, and it also results in difficulty accessing a budget. If I work for the Ministry of Health, and my performance is measured around the targets of the Ministry of Health, that's the work I'm going to do. So even if you say to me, Plura, please do One Health as well, I'd be like, I don't have that much time, let me keep doing health, right? There's no mandate for me to take on One Health within my sector. So I think that's a challenge, and I think that we see, and again, I've listed in a bit more detail some of the challenges around funding, coordination, and governance. And these are all things that laws and policies can help with, right? So that's why when I'm listening to everybody talking about all the really good work that's happening on the ground, it feels like if we can sort out some of these macro high-level issues, it can really facilitate the work in the communities. So after this meeting last year, and on the basis of some of this work, we put together a policy brief with some background information, some of our data, and then key recommendations to promote effectiveness and sustainability of One Health in Uganda. Again, they're all here. I've just pulled out the key recommendations, but they're exactly dealing with the kinds of issues that I was talking about. So having mandates and budgets, having implementation mechanisms, accountability mechanisms, clarifying channels for information sharing, doing an economic costing of One Health activities. If we can show the government that One Health is actually cost effective, then we'll get more traction. So these are some of the recommendations that have gone out that we were thinking about last year, and we're going to update now and have some further discussions to update this. But a policy alone is not enough. And I've put here a quote from one of our interviewees who said, "Frankly, I think if we have a policy without engagement and the government leading, it won't solve the problem. People planning policy, it doesn't mean it's going to be funded or have resources or anyone is going to know what they're supposed to do." And I flag this because I think it's so important that the ownership of this work has to come from the government here. And that's one of the reasons that I love the COHRIE project, because it is absolutely led by the government and the community partners, not by people coming from other countries. And I think that that positions this project really strongly to be moving forward on some of these issues. But it seems like getting a policy is already a big challenge, and yet that's only the first step. Implementation has to happen, and that requires political commitment. It requires budget availability and transparency. It requires functional multi-sectoral governance structures, increased community engagement, and information sharing, right? So even once we might get to a stage that the policy exists, our work is just beginning. We need to make sure that it can be implemented. So I just have a couple more slides, but I want to pause here and say this is what we have pulled from the data. I have a personal bias here because I believe in laws and policies, and I think they can be incredibly useful in advancing public health work. But I'm also aware that I'm one of these people from the outside, and it's not for me to decide what happens with policy. It's for me to try and see what do the data tell us, and then for you all to decide what should be done. And so I wanted to just pull out a few more quotes from the interviews that show some very mixed opinions about the need for a One Health law or policy. So we say people want to see the word policy somewhere for it to be a policy. It's a misconception, and it's not necessary that everything should have a document written policy. Because if you look at it, it's a method of operation, and the One Health is a method of operation where people decide to work together. So you can have a document that guides your work, but not necessarily with the word policy. That's one opinion. Another person said a lot of the One Health work is pushed primarily by partners, at least with regard to, I think, the legislation and legislative instruments. But then, and I'm not going to read all of these, other people thought that having a law and policy was really important. I'll just pull out the last one. Without a legal mandate to implement this, it is not implemented. And laws and policies that are reportedly supportive of One Health goals are antiquated and not useful, right? So even amongst the people that we interviewed, there were these very divergent opinions about One Health law and policy. So, of course, I want to make you all think a little bit about this. To think, as a nation, how do you all want to conceptualize One Health here? Should it be a part of global health security? Should it be driven by health and veterinary sciences? Or should it be driven by equal engagement across sectors? How is it possible to reduce donor dependency so that the agenda is truly driven by the government and the partners here? And critically, what other information do you want to decide whether a policy would be useful? Because we have 1 year left of this project, and let's try and get that data so that we can help inform. So really we have to think, how do we use the last year, or maybe slightly longer, of this project to get the data that we need to be able to provide an evidence base for the type of policy that you all want to put in place that you think might really help facilitate the work on the ground. So, just one. Oh. That's it. Thank you all very much, and thank you to everyone in the consortium for all the work.
Thank you very much, Laura. You were speaking my language. And I was here thinking about so many things. But I also have some good updates. So if we have a candid conversation, maybe on another day, if you are still here, you'll have some very good updates. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the 3 presentations have been made. It's time for us to have a few questions, at least a question for each presenter. Can someone help me move the microphone? Okay. At least a question to each presenter. Sorry, you're going to ask yourself? Okay. You're asking another, oh, you're asking your team member? Very interesting. Okay.
Actually, this question, it's a cry.
A cry?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's a worry at the same time.
Let me even stand up because it's a cry. I want to hear.
And it is Laura and you who is standing there. I'm scared with the National One Health policy lacking, because it's one of the driving factor when it comes to implementations of certain agendas. It's like we lack a legal basis. And in most cases, when you go to these government institutions, if they want to throw you out, because they have a lot of priorities, they will ask, do you have a supporting policy on this? And I'm also seeing, I should call it expired. The National One Health Strategic Plan is expired. So is there any way COHRIE comes in, or do you have any good news? Oh, I heard you said you have good news. Maybe. Please, but this is a worrying factor as far as National One Health programs are concerned.
Okay. The next one. I need a question from somewhere at the back there.
Yeah, I want to thank all the precurrent presenters after the lunch. This one goes to Dr. Collins. Much as you started while people were getting in, I was getting you by what you were saying, a lot about why males or females are more prone to disease. But I was also thinking about the vector, particularly so the ticks. We know that the practices on the farms, people may apply acaricide regularly or irregularly. Even if it is regularly, the ticks may not die, and hence they may be able to transmit any pathogens that they may be having. I particularly liked your quote on saying that people don't go out there in mosquito nets when they are out in the field. But then we needed to interrogate the issue on when they spray their animals, do the ticks die? Or when they spray their houses with insecticides, do they mosquitoes die or something? Did you sort of inquire about that as well or not? Then when it comes to the One Health policy, I don't know whether, Laura, you looked at the issue of the National Task Force. It's a quasi sort of, emergency platform, which has now become almost permanent. It used to be it would be, actually we had the privilege of having the Director General being the chairman of that task force during the influenza preparedness and response period. It would be co-chaired by Minister of Agriculture and be co-chaired by Minister of Health and other ministries. That's another area which you could factor in as you analyze issues of policy and the law. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ndumu. Okay, the last two here and here.
Just to add to Dr. Ndumu's concerning policy, Nora, very interesting presentation. And I just wanted to get to know your thoughts on the process before we come to policy. Usually we go through evidence briefs that feed into platforms like what Dr. Ndumu has mentioned, because these would have scheduled maybe intervals, and actually evidence briefs will identify the gaps that you can try to plan to fill before you come up with a comprehensive sort of policy guidance. I don't know what you have to say about that.
Thank you. And the last one.
Thank you. Two quick questions. One, Laura, you mentioned right at the start that you were looking for examples of good practice, and I wonder if there's anything that you could highlight there to give us ways of thinking positively about the events. And the other thing is, as we've been listening to the presentations today, it's really struck me that the COVs and the engagement with communities through the COVs is actually an intervention. And I think perhaps it's for tomorrow's discussion and maybe future funding applications, but applying the integrated methodologies that are being discussed today across the social sciences, epidemiology, ecology, and the other disciplines that are represented, I think there's an interesting question to ask: has the One Health, has the community One Health volunteer intervention had success in improving health? And can we apply a multidisciplinary lens to asking that question, including cost-effectiveness analysis? Because if the answer to that question is yes, and it may not be, but if it is yes, then that's a way to leverage funding for future support of this kind of intervention, not just in the areas that COHRIE has supported, but in a more widespread platform.
Thank you. A question and a recommendation. Now, we want to have answers quickly. And I will summarize what Ogwara has asked. I will summarize at the end, and I will give you good news.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Deo. Your question on ticks, actually on what people do with ticks, whether they spray with acaricides, if they don't die, what happens next? For them to be able to reduce the risk of exposure. And then you talked about spraying mosquitoes, indoor spraying, and the rest. It's an area that we've already identified as a gap to follow up in our next round of qualitative work. So as we plan for fieldwork next week, in the month of March and April, to be able to do that, it's a question that we're going to interrogate. How do people what do people think about ticks? If they spray them and they don't die, what do they do? Do they actually remove them with hands? Is that a risk? Is that something that we would consider as a risk? So there are issues that we're going to deliberate about, things to do with to explore more on ticks and exposure at the individual level. You want us to also look at, compare with what is available at the health centers? Yeah. Not yet. And also, I should say that what we present is purely qualitative. We are yet to get results from the lab, from the CRF, and we're able to triangulate these sources to make sure that we have enriched findings. Thank you.
Thank you for great questions. Let me start on the ticks as well, because I think Collins is right that there's some quantitative data that will shed some light on this. And one of the things we're really excited to do is to look at the quantitative data alongside the qualitative data within each of the different landscapes to see what different stories come out from doing that. And that links into the point, I think, about evidence briefs as well, which I think are critical. And again, everything I just presented here was desk review and qualitative. But what we can say about this will be increased enormously when we can look also at some of the quantitative data to see what's actually happening with on the ground, what the risk factors are that are associated. So I think once we begin to layer all this data together, we'll be able to provide, I think, a series of evidence briefs, and of course we'll identify more gaps as we're going through, and that's something that we'd love to be doing in collaboration with all of you. So again, we can see how we use the remaining time to fill as many of the gaps as might be useful. And then Nigel, just in terms of good practice, you know, it's hard because there is no law or policy. But what I will say is there's an immense amount of really good work happening despite that. And I do think that poses challenges, and there's been huge creativity and commitment to make all of this happen without that support there. So I'll stop there for now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. If you want to have good news, stand up. If you don't want to have good news, you can remain seated. So for those who want to have good news, you can stretch as I tell you the good news. Now, the good news, you can continue stretching. The good news is that in this country, everything is possible. So we are busy gathering all this information, and we are going to make things better. But we must also appreciate where we have come from and where we are going. When things are beginning, that is always how they are. In 2016, when we started the National One Health Platform, nobody ever knew. There was nowhere in Africa where there was a mechanism that is being used like the one Uganda has. And I see very many countries coming here to learn from us. So I also want to appreciate that we started from there, but with the knowledge, the comments, the proposals, the conversations that we are having, we are going to get there. Now, with the RIA, the report is actually ready, and we first did the first one, but it didn't really bring out the need for having the policy. That is for sure. So it brought out a recommendation that we needed to have much more of a coordination strategy. So there was a bit of conflict, and it was raised from Office of the President, and then they said, you can take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. They said that we need to get back, and we see if we can redo. So they actually thought maybe we didn't do a good job, but we have moved thousands of steps ahead. So the whole of last year, we spent almost half or so, 3/4 of the year, redoing the RIA. So the report was ready by December, and as I speak, it is at that level. So we are at a level of now discussing the results. But we know that from the report, there's still a recommendation that we need a policy. But every other institution that you go to, every other ministry that you go to, depending on the priorities of that particular ministry, they are going to tell you, for us, we don't. Why don't you feed your One Health policy into the national health policy? One time they asked me that question in top management. I started scratching my head. So I said, okay, all these people are from the human health side. How do I convince them that we need to work closely with the people in the environment? So they were telling me, do you have evidence about antimicrobial resistance in the environment? I didn't have anything to say, evidence-based, the things we are talking about. So it's a journey, but we will get there. The One Health Strategic Plan. During the AMR week last November, the minister categorically said, she said, Musa, my name is Musa, don't invite us here in 2024. That is the Minister of Health. You can quote me, but don't put in the newspapers. She said, don't invite us here unless when all the documents have been reviewed and updated. So that is where we have geared. And on the, is it 10th, is it? I'm not sure about the date. We are beginning the process of having another One Health strategic plan. We are also having another process of reprioritizing Uganda's top zoonoses because the list is also expired. So it is a long list, but you always know what the limiting factor is, which we all know. I'm not going to mention it. Yeah, but we are trying. And the last communication that I wanted to make was about things to do with health security that we were talking about. Uganda has prioritized 3 major global health security actions. And the third priority was to decentralize One Health in about 50 districts by 2024, I think, if I remember. So far, we have done up to about 34 districts, and this country has about 140 districts. 140, 150. So out of the 50, and we are at 34, meaning we have about 16. So everybody is rushing to hit that target because when the assessment is going to be done the years that come, people want to make sure that they have hit. But we also need to be mindful that it's not just a matter of hitting the target. What are you going to leave with the people? If we do not consider things to do with individual interactions, how do we relate? Attitude. It is one thing to say One Health. You can sing this song here the whole day and the whole evening, but to work together. I'm at the center. I know to bring people in the same room. If you're coming from the human health side, put up your hand here. Apart from our international collaborators, the veterinary, environment, wildlife. Okay, I don't mean to score, but the point is that we can have this conversation, but the actual working together could be a problem. But I want to appreciate each and every one of you for the efforts that we have put. We are moving slowly, but we will reach there. Things to do with funding in this country here. There is only one position in this country that can give a directive, whether you have a policy or you don't have a policy. So our aim, this is my personal suggestion, friends, don't say Musa came and told us this. If we want things to move, we know where to go. And the election's about to come, so we need to put this on the agenda of the ruling party so that things can move. Politics and health go hand in hand. It can be a directive by just a line. I'm saying go and fund the National Health Platform to go and do this. Would you still need a policy there? It is a directive and the money is going to come. So our aim should be looking at the highest political offices. And I think that is one of the things that you actually mentioned. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to chair this session. And Uncle Denison. Uncle Denison there is my real uncle, by the way. And in the local language, we call him Koja. So if you have not learned anything from this session, or maybe around, you take Koja. Koja. Koja means uncle. Koja, what is the next?
Before the next, I was actually going to say 5 years down the line, if this is going to become policy, it has to go through Parliament. So it is time to start engaging parliamentarians and see how there is a group in Parliament that can advocate for One Health. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, and sorry, I forgot that. So during the AMR conference last year, we were able to bring the entire Committee of Health of Parliament during the conference. For those who are there during the conference, you can now attest to that. And as much as the issue was about antimicrobial resistance, but we labored to tell them that even addressing antimicrobial resistance requires us to take on strategies of multisectoral engagement. So we are utilizing this portfolio of antimicrobial resistance to sell the multi-sector engagement. And in Parliament, as I speak, I think they have now set up a parliamentary group on antimicrobial resistance. This morning, the head of the Health Committee, Honorable Charles Ayumi, actually, he called me, and he was asking me for the report. So I think we can also utilize that opportunity to sell our One Health agenda. But we also need to be tactical. What are we selling? We are selling things like economic impact. But the head of state wants to hear how many people are dying due to. So talk about numbers while they are also talking about figures. Things will happen. But I think this is a very good strategy, Professor. And we are going to emphasize much more and working closely with Parliament. Thank you very much. Okay, you know I'm not used to these things of handing over. Is it me to hand over? Oh, okay. I would like to hand over to the next chair. And the next chair will introduce himself and then we will move on.
Thank you, Musa. Last but not least, the last session. The last session titled Monitoring and Evaluation. And I can see that a report is the title that has been projected. And I know that, Musa, you are coming back because you are coordinating the monitoring and evaluation through the platform set up in 2016. Okay? And for those that may not have had the opportunity to get to know who are those from the National One Health platform, there is Dr. Musa Sekamate, you can wave again, who is a co-PI. And there's also Miss Carol Nyamor, who are going to present to us this report. Now, I believe everybody, when you hear of monitoring and evaluation, this goes a long way in building eco-health capacity in the country. And for those that have gone through M1E strategies elsewhere, are we going to hear of? Have you developed progress markers? Have you had pre and post workshops? Was there gap analysis? Are there performance indicators? SWOT analysis? So basically, this is the alpha and omega of monitoring and evaluation. But eco-health is new. You might be having new pillars, new thinking, and we are all ears. Over to you as a platform.
Thank you very much. I would like to also invite Carol. Carol, please come to the front. You're going to give us the presentation on behalf of the team. We also have Miss Peace Kabalisa. Peace, you can also wave. Peace is a fisheries expert. So you can see how diverse we are. Any other fisheries expert here? You only have fishermen. Yeah. Okay, it is still allowed. So I think, Carol, this is your time. And we will be here to take questions.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Chair, for this session, and thank you, Dr. Musa, for this opportunity. My name is Caroline Nyamor. I'm a public health specialist, a clinician, a One Health fellow, and I do monitoring and evaluation. For this particular session, we were asked to give a feedback of what we have done in the field, and that is what I'm going to particularly look at today. We have other areas or departments that we have really not gone through, or we've not done the monitoring and evaluation, like the social science, the lab. We haven't gone through those departments. It's because in our work plan for the office, the dates that were scheduled are after this meeting. So all that we'll get in other meetings that we shall have. Maybe as a team, the smaller meeting that we usually have. So thank you. To drive into what we have gone through, that's a picture of us doing monitoring and evaluation, and one of the COVs there is around here, talking about the challenges that people face when you are the field. When you hear about the guns, I remember when we were at Karenga, it was one of those hardest places that we had a hard time. The rooms were very hard to sleep in, and there were fights everywhere. So I won't go so much deep into the National One Health platform, as Musa has already talked about it. Started in 2016, and the One Health platform we have is composed of MAIF, UA, Ministry of Health, and also Ministry of Water and Environment. So One Health, ideally, we are guided by a One Health framework, as it has been stated before. And this framework, we know it's expired, but we have a meeting next month around 18th to 22nd, and we're going to start the new plan, which is going to be discussed so that we can get a new strategy. That is next month from 18th to 22nd. Then Uganda adopted One Health strategy that is in the early 90s, and established, the establishment was from the VET Public Health Division within the Ministry of Health. National One Health platform has coordinated the role to ensure that One Health approach is implemented within, to make sure that One Health is implemented in this project. Therefore, the National One Health platform is carrying out monitoring and evaluation. So we are going to look at different areas. We are going to look at community One Health volunteers. We are going to look at the communities, and also there's a training that we also carried out on district leaders, and I think around those areas. And also we had M&E with the data team. Those are the areas that we are going to give you some findings that we had. Okay, so the main aim of this activity, we wanted to evaluate different activities that the COVs are carrying out, and so that we can inform decision making and also improve coordination, communication, and planning. As tomorrow you are going to plan, we hope some of the outputs that are here are going to help with the planning. So with the COVs, we wanted to assess COVs' knowledge on the project and zoonotic diseases, and also to examine the COVs' involvement in the project, to assess the effectiveness of the tools that they are using, and to determine the challenges that they are facing as COVs. This team was composed of a team from the National One Health platform. We also had a team from CTPH and also from UVRI. The activity was for 1 week, and a total of 60 COVs were interviewed, and this was just a random sample. We didn't really pick that these are the ones we are going to interview. We just picked them randomly, and this activity was done in was carried out in different districts. So as a team, we developed a checklist that we used in the field, and some of the areas that were involved, we looked at how, if the COVs had gone through the training, the activities that they're carrying out, if they have the logbooks, if they have the tab, if they're sending reports, if they've ever had any supervisions, and if they are getting their financial facilitation, and any other challenges. And we also ask them, what if the project has ended? Would you still continue doing the work that you're doing? These are some of the slide is busy, but these are some of the findings, the general observations that we had. We had some positive and we had some negatives. So we realized that all the COBs were very knowledgeable about the project, and also they owned the logbook, they had been trained, and they received a monthly salary of around 40,000 with the data of 10. They've been supervised twice, and then they were knowledgeable about the Kobo Collect tool. Then communities are changed. So they also say that in the communities where they stay, there's a change that they have observed, and they're now not eating the dead animals, although some are still eating, but most of them now have changed to burying or giving the animals giving the dead animals to the dogs. And then almost all COVs reported that they are willing to continue implementing the project activities, even if the project has ended, which was positive. And we also asked them why. And they had a diverse range of answers that they gave, which are very interesting and quite encouraging, meaning some good work has been done down there. So when it comes to the gaps, so we realized that zero detection, a few or zero detection reports were sent to the project. When we asked most of the COVs why, most of them say they did not understand the detection bit. The good thing is we were together with one of the data team members, and she tried to explain to them what detection meant and what was expected of them, but the team that went to the other side did not have such an opportunity. Then they have an issue of the vets. They can get issues, and then the vets are not available, or sometimes they don't come. This does not mean all the vets. There are some vets who are working with them, but we have other vets who do not get to, who don't go to when they are called upon. Then there's a new form that they were given about the rabbits, and most of them claimed not to have been trained on this form, so they were not feeling, and they asked if they could get a training. They also have a small number of COVs had sent reports this year, that is surveillance reports. When we looked at this, I will show you, it's in a diagram, I'll show you. Then also some COVs did not have their WhatsApp on. In the areas where we went to, they were reactivated by Teddy. Thank you, Teddy. And then the COVs are, when we examined the COVs, when it comes to the human health, they were not so conversant with human health as compared to animal health. So we find they're more inclined to the animal health than the human health, and this is One Health. They should be all round. Then most of the COVs were not getting feedback from COHRIE. If we are doing work and people are not getting feedback from what they've been doing, or to be told how this is going on, or for example, I think one of the issues we had is they still ask about the blood samples, what are the results, and they're not getting it. Even deep down when they go to the villages, to the households, they find it very hard to explain to as in the COVs find it very hard to get information that we are looking for. So that area we discussed with the data team, and they said they are working on it. And also we find we have coves who have very many homes to cover. We find a cove is expected to cover, I think, around 50 homes, but we have others who stated that they have over 1,000 homes. And then we realized, according to what is explained about the follow-up, we realized most of them are not doing follow-ups. If they visited once, you find they don't go. Now, could it be an issue around many homes to cover, or could it be around they cannot get the feedback because, we really need to find out why the follow-ups are not being done. Very few were doing this, and this was according to the logbooks that we checked. And then we also found there was a cove who was not in the system, but that was sorted out by Teddy, I'm sure. So if you look at this, one, all coves received monthly facilitation as stated in the logbooks, and also reported that 2 supervision had been carried out. We find that 93% of them have tabs, others were sharing, and with the sharing they have their challenges. And then 70% reported they don't receive any feedback reports. And this also, with an engagement with the data team, we realized that some of them were not attending the meetings as compared to what the data team say that they give feedbacks, but through meeting. Although this feedback was more verbal, there was no documentation, so it was hard to prove if they're giving the feedbacks or not. Then almost all did not have, they didn't have any problem with the supervision. We tried to look at if we go for supervision, if the team that goes for supervision do they have any problem with them? Do they talk to them nicely? Do they do what is required in the field? Then also, we found only 16% had sent detection reports. Then we can see this is the coverage of homes. 33% of the coves have more than 300 homes, and then 22% have 50, and then most of the coves report. And then when we look at the reporting, they were not very clear if they should report weekly or they should report monthly. This was not clear because they gave us very many range of answers in that area. So that the data team, you should look on that too, as discussed. Then these are specifically challenges faced by the coves. I think this has been repeated several times, but I'll just rush through them. For example, they wanted, in case we are meeting them, they shouldn't be met so far from their villages. Sometimes you'd call them and they have to move very long distances. Remember, there is no transport that is budgeted for them when we are doing some of these activities. And I think this would be quite unfair, so they suggested either you move nearer or rather you give some transport allowance for them to get near to where you are. Then also they claimed they don't have name tags, and they wanted t-shirts for identification. During bad weather, they thought it would be good for them to have the gumboots, raincoat, umbrellas, and if possible, water bottles. I am echoing their voice, what they said. Then for those who share data, they claimed the 10,000 is a little bit too little for them. So they were like, if you're giving others, then we also need to get our share of the data. And then the facilitation that they get, which is 40K, most of them claimed that it was little, and if something could be done, that would be good on their side. Poor internet, not attending meetings because what WhatsApp has expired, some of this was worked out on. Then there are few vets who are coming to see when they are called. Some household ask them to how the project will help them at the end of, at the long run, and then asking them for money. Also, it's hard to get the head of the households, and some locations when they go, like if the houses are close to each other, the GPS is the same. So some said supervision reports are not being provided, as I've stated. Then community members, household withhold information. Some of them don't want to talk to them, maybe due to the frequency of the number of times they go to those households. Also this, we should look around that area. Then community members, the new form, this I've talked about, the lagomorph was not trained, and the data team promised to work around that. Some COVs have also little knowledge about the signs and the symptoms. We would actually find they're just ticking, but there is no clarity. So maybe a refresher training would be something that is good for them. It does not necessarily need to be in-house, but this can be maybe on WhatsApp or any other forum that can be done, but we need to find a way of doing this. And then they also mentioned that they needed some freedom to use the tabs, but this was well explained by the data team. The tabs, we cannot just give them that freedom, but Teddy will take care of that with them and explain further why it wouldn't be necessary to give them all the freedom so that they can understand better. And then they also mentioned that they needed, then some people would relocate, so it's hard to do follow-up. So we recommend a training on lagomorphs and refresher training on zoonotic diseases, disease detection, and also on the detection reports, because they really had a gap in that area. Then broader, I think someone has talked about it. We need to engage the community and then involve them. Actually, at the long run, they should be the ones doing the surveillance, because at the long run, the project is going to end. But if the community is well engaged, then they will surely do better work than we are doing right now. And then we need to encourage the COVs to have their reports, to encourage the COVs to have accurate reports. They need to complete their forms. The books that we looked at, most of them we found incomplete books. They would either leave the place blank, yet it doesn't require a blank space. And so maybe also a refresher training or something, they need to talk to them and show them how to fill the books, because it's either it's happening or it's not happening, or it's supposed to be blank, or they either didn't check on that, because you'll find they're ticking that the animal had, maybe the animal has the signs and symptoms of Ebola, but there was a lot of inconsistencies with the books. I think I showed this to the data team. Then provide constructive feedback to the COVs, acknowledging their efforts and address any improvement, and also maintain open communication channels for the COVs to address questions and seek clarification. They have the meetings, so they should encourage the COVs to really attend the meetings, because that can act as a forum to answer that. Then also encourage the vets to work together with the COVs. Then our meeting with the data team, we also found out a lot. We have a total of 127 COVs, and then only 115 are active. So we asked them what are they doing with the inactive COVs? Do they have a plan to retrain? Do they have a plan to engage others who are not the part of the COVs team? And then also, all COVs have logbooks, and they reported that all COVs have logbooks, and the facilitation was given, which I think had no issues with the COVs. Then the feedback reports to them, they say they give feedback reports, but they are verbal. And then supervision reports were available. We checked on the supervision reports, they had them. And then challenges reported during supervision, most of them have been resolved. We looked at the supervision reports that they had, and we looked at some of the challenges that were reported, and they showed us, or they explained to us what was done according to the challenges that was reported. But probably what was missing is maybe not documented. Some of them were not documented, but they've worked on most of the challenges that the COVs had put up. And then when it comes to, okay, the Lagomorphs, they said they did not train them, but they had planned on their weekly meetings to tell them about it because it's a one-off form. And then some COVs share tablets, and the team said there's no plan to buy new, to purchase new tabs for them. So that should also be explained to them so that they can easily understand. Then we found that there is security Google restriction for the tabs, because the COVs were asking, what if my tab is lost? This was put, and they have the Find My Tab. Almost all those who had the tabs had Find My Tab. And those who didn't have, I think it was activated there and then. Track the COVs who have relocated to retrieve the tablets, if it's possible, where possible, that should be done. Then the data team also reported that it's very okay for the COVs to visit more than the 50 homes, even if they are 500. And then the data team also mentioned that some villages have many COVs because of the satellite research sites. Which was understandable. What we think is they are doing a good work, it's recommendable, and we thank the data team for the work they are doing. So when it comes to, we also carried out an M&E activity to assess the knowledge of communities and district leaders about the project. That was sometime last year. And then we also assessed their knowledge of communities and district leaders in One Health and its implementation, and then also documenting the challenges and recommendations. The findings, when it comes to the district, we found out that the project was known by its activity and less by its name. And if you'd mention some people who are part of the project, then they would easily recognize the project. And then the district political leaders like RDC were more conversant with the project than any other leaders. Then most district officials were aware about the One Health concept, but they were not very sure what it was, although they knew there was something to do with One Health concept. And then for that, a training was done, and most of these were worked upon. And when it comes to, we also found that in most districts, especially those around Murchison, the veterinary department were not aware and engaged in the project. And this report, since it was given some time back, some of these things had already been worked on. For the sub-country, extension workers were very well aware of the project. They had knowledge, and they reported to have participated in these project activities, and they were aware about the cross-cutting infections, or let me say cross-cutting diseases. Then also in the parish level, they were aware, they were involved in the activities, they reported to have heard about One Health. They were well informed about the zoonotic diseases, and they perceived the project was a great addition to their community, which is a plus for the project. And then also looking at the villages, majority of the village leaders were aware of the project. And because we started, I think it was started from the village, so most these people down really got to know about the project. They reported to have participated in the activities where their blood was withdrawn. Some leaders were more aware of the zoonotic diseases. And then, but when it comes to the concept of One Health, it's really not known or understood in the villages. Then with the households, they reported to have been involved in the project, and they reported to have been given informed consent, and they had little knowledge of the cross-cutting infections. Then there was knowledge gap existed on what the blood sample collected was meant for. Most of them, when we went there, they would ask, why did they collect our blood? Where are the results? When are we getting the results? What did you do with our blood? Did you sell our blood? It has a lot of issues around it. So there is, when we talk to the data team or the supervision team, and especially when they're going to see, I think there's an activity where they're going to visit the households, one of the things they should do is they have to come up with what they can tell these communities so that they can do away with that question about the samples, what was done with the samples and the blood. And then some reported had not been sufficiently sensitized on why they are participating in the survey. And then some participants said there are different projects which are picking samples from them, so they were wondering, okay, which one is this, or now what is it for? It's all interesting. Sometimes you don't have answers, but you always have to try and give something to them. Okay. The challenges is that some district officials and households had less knowledge on the project, and so at that point it was really hard to tell them how important the project is. Then transfer of leaders who already knew about the project would go to areas and find those who were trained about the project had been taken to some other places where probably the project is not active. So the new ones don't know about the project. Then most participants did not have enough information on the diseases the project was focusing on, and communication gap between there's that communication gap during that time when we did the M&D. There was communication gap between the DHO, the DVO, and they would wonder who is the focal person for this project in the district. And some participants at that time hardly remembered the disease. That is because there was the time period between when the project was implemented and when people went back to the field there was a big gap, and so people tend to forget if that time is quite wide. So we should narrow the gap of the timings so that people can have more of a fresh brain on what the project is all about and what it requires of them. The more we see, or the more we do, and the more we get to know. So here we recommended more sensitization, then need for engagement meetings at the district level once in a while. This may not be every time. Then also provide proper information to communities, and then stakeholders should regularly be informed of the progress of the implementation, regular awareness campaigns about the diseases in the areas where COHRIE is covering, and then dissemination of project activity reports and update district stakeholders. This will help us more. Then finally, there was this workshop that was held to sensitize and mobilize district local government, technocrats, the community leaders about the project. And the workshop specifically geared towards sensitizing and mobilizing the government technocrats, also creating understanding on the role of Community One Health volunteers, what they are going to do, and then creating sustainability of the COHRIE project activities in the districts. So there's some of the concerns in the training. They wanted to know who does verification in case an outbreak has occurred. But this was explained to them because we had our core PIs, and they explained to them that there's really no big change. It's just what is being practiced right now is what they should do, and that this project has not come to change things down there. And also, participants requested that reporting channel for this disease to be clear. They wanted that reporting channel to be clear. When we are talking to them, we need to, actually one of the questions we asked, who do you report to? When we asked, for example, the COHRIE, some of them would say to the health worker, some to the animal, to the vet, others to COHRIE. So I think there's that gap that needs to be cleared. And then also about the focal persons in the district, they wanted to know this, but most of this area was this area was already, the concerns were already worked on. And I think I would thank you. That is one of our teams that went to the sides of Nyakatonzi, and this is also in Nyachibale. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Carol. Since this is the last round of applause, let's do it again. Yes, we've heard from Carol and we've gotten to understand the monitoring and evaluation aspect of this project, where they decided to meet with COVs, the data team, and district leaders, which included lower level administrative units. They used a checklist, and they came up with positives and gaps which were identified. There's one thing I've observed, that when it comes to COVs, supervision was done twice by a team from COHRIE, so it was centralized supervision. I was wondering whether you had plans as a project to have decentralized supervision, but maybe that's for the future. I also noted that some vet doctors don't work hand in hand with COVs. I've noticed that there's a lot of emphasis on the animal track and vets. And I know that One Health, this eco health, it involves not only animals, but even the human and the environment. And I was wondering whether the collaboration you have down there at the sites, you have point persons that will cover the environment and the human health. There's also an observation, COVs are inclined to animal health, which goes back to my earlier comment, compared to human health and what you may have to do about it. Not only did they meet the COVs data team and district leaders, but they also engaged stakeholders, where a gap analysis was followed up, and concerns from participants, they were explained, trying to fill those gaps. One thing for those that are Rotarians in the house, you notice that whatever we've been discussing is directly linked to the February themes and the March themes of Rotary, conflict resolution, peace, because when it comes to veterinary doctors not working hand in hand with COVs, I think there's a conflict there. And then when it comes to water and sanitation, which is next month, March, I believe you can also use some field teams through Rotary to promote what you're advancing in these communities. But that is my platform. What about yours? What do you have to ask the platform? Questions to the platform, to Musa, questions to Carol.
Thank you very much, Chair of the session. I don't really have a question for them, because they went and evaluated the program as it was going on in the field. It was actually for them to show us the gaps and for us to be able to streamline things to make them better. The vets, from the very beginning, I believe I told the teams that the vets had not originally been our point of entry into the forming the COHRIEs, because we wanted people at the village level. Yes, the vets also have their own villages, but it wasn't that you go to the villages and you look for a vet to be able to be part of the reporting of what is going on in the village. First of all, his job is, many of them move within a whole sub-county. So they wake up and they're being called in different places in the sub-county, and they wouldn't pay a lot of attention to what is going on in their own village. So I think the efforts were misdirected, and unless we change, I don't think they are going to change themselves, because they are very busy. About the diseases, not knowing the diseases, yes. While some of these diseases have been there for a long time, people didn't know these diseases as the actual diseases. Because talking about CCHF, people in the villages don't know CCHF. That's why they don't even have local names for these diseases. Talk of brucellosis. Many people don't have an idea what brucellosis is. So even when you go there and you talk about it, after a very short time, because these are not diseases they've been with for a long time, they will not remember. You talk of Rift Valley fever. They certainly wouldn't say much. Many of them have never seen a case. So it makes it difficult for these diseases to really get deep into people's mind. They will forget about them very, very quickly. They will remember malaria because malaria has been there. They have names for it. Their children get malaria and things like that. So they will continue knowing these diseases. And unfortunately, while we would like to go back and continue giving this information as often as possible, the funding we have for some of these activities is limited. When you schedule that kind of talk to the community, of course you tick that you have done it, and probably you will not be able to go back that particular year, or if you go back that particular year, you cannot go more than twice. So that makes it very difficult. About many people collecting samples from these people and some of them never going back, yes, again, it's because these diseases are occurring in these communities. Many groups are interested. You find there are several projects within the country. There are several groups within the country. You find Infectious Diseases Institute is very interested in many of these same diseases. You find Baylor group is interested in these diseases. You find students who are doing studies on these projects. They go back and collect samples. And many of them never get the opportunity to go back and report. So when you go back, for them, they may not know whether you are the same group that came last year or the year before. So they will tell you, you already came here and collected samples from us, and you never gave a report. Of course, we have also delayed in giving a report because, like You may remember the second presentation that was made this morning by Charity was that we had to develop our own protocols, we had to develop our own assays, and of course that took time. And the first assays were on human and some on animals, but all results have not been got. So results have not been sent back to these people, and we don't want just to say anything to these people. But when you tell them the results are not yet back, of course, you find in some villages there are opinion leaders who are virtually against everything. They will tell their people that blood was sold. And of course, that is what the people will take, that these people came and collected blood and probably sold it. They imagine that the kind of blood that one can sell is as little as 5 meals or whatever. People who sell blood take pints of blood and not 5 meals. I think that is what I have to say. Other people can contribute to that. Other group members can contribute to that. Thank you. Otherwise, thank you very much for the M&E activities.
Thank you very much, Chair. Presenter. It appears this vet issue is, you said the vets were more conversant about the project One Health as compared to the health officials. Is that what you said, Carol? Me and my colleagues here seem to think it's actually the other way around. The last M&E, actually the information that was coming in was that the animal health officers needed funding or something like this, and were not active. So
I think they said at the COVS level.
Yeah,
at the COVS level. Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm. They were saying that at the COVS level, they found that the COVS were more inclined to provide information on animals than on human health. I think that is what they said.
Yeah, and this is what I found a little bit interesting, because the COVs who were vets had been substituted with VHTs. If that's what, I think, Chairman, you can bear with me, witness on that one.
Yeah, I think in the presentation, Carol seems to say the COVs have more knowledge. Is it knowledge, or they are more conversant with the vet, with livestock information compared to the human. Yet, we are saying most of these, the COVs are, I think the majority are VHTs, who ought to be on the side of humans than on livestock. How is that coming?
Actually, when we were carrying out the interview, when you'd ask, when it comes to humans, what are some of the signs and symptoms you'd look at, then you'd find you can look at someone engaged. They take very long to like spell it out, like when it comes to animals. So you'd find most of them looking at the project as it's more for animals. You'd even find some of them calling themselves vets. Yet this is not it. They're supposed to be all round. I think that is it. We have them here.
Probably to add to that, what I imagine is that in these areas, people actually keep animals. So they have the experience of keeping animals and the diseases of the animals, that while they are coves, they know more about the animals than the human diseases. So that's why they provide more information about the animals than actually about humans.
Okay. Sally, you have a question?
Before Sally, well, having explained that, do you think there's a gap to be covered? Are you focusing more on those that rear animals than those that will keep the humans?
No. The idea was that they are supposed to report on the events they see in their villages. Certainly, there is a bigger population of animals than humans in any of these situations. So you would expect that you will have more cases of animal diseases than human diseases. Means that the events that are more likely to be reported upon are actually animal events than human events.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Maybe just to add, okay, going by the presentations that have been made, I think health problems have been in the animals more. Things to do with abortions have been reported in big numbers. Actually, Dr. Deo was also wondering, over 2,000 cases of abortion. So I think there has been more emphasis on animals than humans for that matter.
I think just to add on what the previous submissions have given, in training, zoonotic diseases is a vice versa transmission, but a bigger percentage is from animals to humans. And therefore, these VHCTs or VHTs, the human health people, got a lot of interest to understand what really is embedded in the animal side. And second, because I've been in all these support supervisions, one of the biggest complaints was vet. So we told them, look, we've given you a training which is on One Health approach. You might not necessarily treat, but then you should have a knowledge as far as animal health is concerned. So I think they took the urge so much to understand on the other part that was always missing or lagging behind. I think that's one of the reasons as why they are now more knowledgeable on animal health and giving it a lot of attention. And just like Doctor said, the PI, that being that they are at the national park proximity of animals, both livestock and wildlife, of course they should have greater knowledge on that.
Well, members, let me also stand up. I think it's been a long day, but in statistics, you usually correct, in mathematics, you correct to the nearest. And I think let's correct to the hour that we usually break off, which is actually approaching steadily. It's coming to 6. Wow. Please, this time, not only to the presenters, but you all, let's say thank you to your neighbor, and then let's clap at each other, clap for each other, and I would like at this point in time to sincerely thank the organizers, sincerely pray that I do also chair the Research Ethics Committee at the Uganda Virus Research Institute. So I pray that I'll get more progress reports and applications for continuation for this particular program. And I just wanted, I now call it a program, not a project. And I think it should be anchored in the ministry's agenda because of the value that has been shared. I think everybody understands the value of this study. Everybody appreciates, and we should all support such that it becomes a program. Am I right? Yep, right. And I take this, at this point, I hand over the mic to the conference organizers for whatever you feel we should do next. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tom, for chairing. I would like, in addition, to thank all the chairpersons of the sessions that we have gone through. Without wasting time, I'd like to thank all of you for turning up, for honoring our invitation. I thank the presenters. I thank the people who have asked questions and those who have listened and paid attention. Thank you very much. We have evening tea, and after the evening tea, it will be break off. You can leave at leisure after that evening tea. Tomorrow we have a session. It will not involve all of us. So it is just a reminder to those ones who are supposed to be in tomorrow's discussions to come early enough, and we close early enough. The earlier we come, the earlier we can break off. I wish you a good evening. I wish you a good travel when you are coming back tomorrow for those ones who will be with us. All the best.